Welcome. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? All right. Let's see. Everything looks to be going. Let's see. Everything looks. Oh, that nice echo. A nice echo. Yeah. Perfect. Let's get some music going. I need to work on the playlist. Get some new stuff. I haven't. What I want to do is I want to build like 3 or 4 playlists from his stuff, where I go with a very specific mood, like a couple different moods. But I haven't done that yet. So it's Twitch's #1 juror. I was so tempted to ask if I could live stream. I mean, they would have said no. They're already live streamed. Technically. For me to be Twitch's #1 juror basically means no other streamer was in jury. That's what that means. I know my standards. How are you doing today, Russell? I'm just getting some stuff set up. Okay. I think so give away the secrets. How I became Twitch's #1 at something. That was my goal. Be Twitch's #1 at something. Oh, you've been learning React? Are you talking about like React 12? Like what they're releasing with React 12? I mean React 19. I said 12, but I meant 19. Okay? Don't Oh, Theo has a new course? Cool. Is it a free one or do you have to pay for it? Give me a you'll have to give me your like if it's worth it or not. If you're on YouTube, cool. I'm gonna watch it anyways. I'm gonna make a note of that. Just to see how he does it. Yeah, just to see how he does those types of things. Are you liking the style and format of it? Okay. Cool. I'm gonna watch it and see if I can't learn a thing or two. Oddly enough, I'll like the React, especially if he covers React 19 stuff. Because like my React is like 2 years old now. I want to look at like how he does the videos and whatnot, especially if they're well done. Sweet, awesome. Thanks for posting the link. He, out of everybody, ignores me the most. I think that the fact that I use Rust annoys Theo. Yeah. He I don't think Theo likes me. Or he just completely doesn't know who I am, which is also quite valid. At least some of them admit I exist, whether they like me or not. I don't know. They don't really respond, except Warren. Because, of course, he would. Of course he would. I might have dropped Rust in a comment a few too many times for Theo. I don't know if that's what it was at. I'm not sure. I you know, who knows for exactly sure. We're just finishing an update that was supposed to be done before stream. Okay, so, you know, I don't have a plan for this morning. As you guys can see, I'm actually already prepared for the news. So I never show behind the scenes, but for the news, this is what I love about Edge. So I get to make all of these categories with the different things in them over here, and then I can rearrange them as I please. And it's actually really like the best system for the news. I literally can't get away from, like, I haven't found one to do this better. And then it can be hidden out by the side, and I can actually see like the different colors. And as we like tab through them, like let's say we're here. And we're going to go through them. Like I can see when we're going to hit a next category. That's how like I know we're going to hit the next category. And then, you know, of course I go like this because between categories, because I look at the things to make sure I remember the right order that I have that we're going to go through them in. I literally haven't found a browser that fits my specific need, and I realize I have a niche need. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so for me, I mean, like, I think Theo does. I'm trying to learn how tech YouTube likes YouTube done. So I'm putting forth like a concerted effort, and yeah, and staying true to myself. I'm not gonna get an Apple sponsorship anytime soon. Don't worry. Sorry, I didn't beep that out. I should put an age warning on the stream now. All right. What we're gonna do today? You know what? I wanted to check in on the null cloud because it's like really close to working. Thursday I didn't get to stream because like I apologize. I went into court 4 days this week and was there for at a minimum of 4 hours. And so like when I got home, I then tried to work full days. So like I have been working a lot, and I know that isn't represented in the content, but we do have a lot of good stuff coming forward. Not only am I working on some of these live learnings. You know, I said we were going to do some things live, and obviously we'll do Rust and Kubernetes today. May 3rd has been locked in. Ordering flights. May 3rd has been locked in for our database finale. So if you wanted to learn about database stuff, it's going to be May 3rd. We're going to do a 12-hour stream. I'm going to release a schedule. I have worked on a schedule. I actually am not logged into... I can show you guys the tentative schedule as it stands right now. And we have a bunch of should be educational stuff. Some of it should just be interested. If you guys are interested in Aerospike, I'm getting to interview the founder, which I think will be really interesting. I'm actually really interested in it because I haven't actually sat down and talked to him about some of this stuff before. So you know, I've heard it sprinkled around and about, but I'm gonna get to sit down with him for a solid hour and ask him, just about, what made him start Aerospike, how it's evolved, and those types of things. But then the other things are like purely educational. We're talking about getting the person who wrote our consensus to talk about consensus. We're talking to the person who has basically taken indexes and made one of the fastest indexes out there, and we're going to talk to him about indexes and what it takes to make a really fast index, some of the challenges of indexing, and those types of things. So it should be really educational. Please join in. That will be taking place on May 3rd. So yeah, I don't know. And then we're going to make a vector application because everybody wants to know vector. So at the end of it, we have 4 hours to see if Art and I can make a vector application in 4 hours. I don't know. It seems like maybe no, but we're going to try. We have an idea of a thing that we're going to do for that, and we'll see if it works. You can even learn from people who maybe you don't always agree with. Absolutely. I mean, that's a really good take, Russell, because we're never going to always agree with somebody on everything. I mean, I'm sure that nobody that follows me agrees 100%. Red is the most superior color out of all of them. I'm sure that everybody agrees with me on that because that's true. But, that was just my anecdotal. Obviously, other people are going to have favorite colors. So I think it's really bad if we have to agree on everything. I don't always agree with Theo on stuff, but I can learn a lot from him. I think he makes better content than I do as far as just the quality of it, maybe the pacing. There's a lot of things that I can learn from him. React. I'm sure that he knows React way better than I do. So like, yeah. All right, I'm just gonna check. Oh, finally, we're good. I always a little worried when updating. I've been better about updating more frequently, which helps. Oh, we're on the right cluster. Very interesting. Very interesting. I have 2 namespaces. I think my thought was that we were going to move everything into the null cloud system. That's running the null cloud. I think that was the idea. Poorly executed. Poorly executed, obviously. Now I have 2 namespaces and a disaster. That being said, everybody, check out what I did get done Thursday when I wasn't streaming. Not null cloud, but in the KPAC system. I mean, this doesn't show a whole lot, but I actually do have KPAC running and working. So KPAC is the system that I've kind of grafted onto the side of, where it will build a container based off of a repository. So it's not just KPAC, but I leverage KPAC to actually do the building and build packs to build the things. I actually kind of wish I hadn't done this. I spent way too much time doing this, and I wish that my proof of concept had been just, you give me a container image and I'll run it. This was a mistake. This was a mistake to do. Like, it's a bunch of blah for nothing for a proof of concept. I'm proving that I can run a container locally and schedule it, make routes through to the outside world. I thought this is cool. It's really cool. You don't have to know what a container is, and I like that. I shouldn't have done it for the proof of concept, though. Lesson learned. I should have removed that. That being said, our production should, in theory, be working. It's not. It's not. We can look at it. Sign-in has kind of broken. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Sign-in kind of broke. You can't sign in. Yeah. I don't know. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I got to do some updates. We have a hyphen in here. It shouldn't be hyphenated. That's a string somewhere. But actually, I can probably fix that right now. I really don't agree with your mocking during testing takes. I don't know what you mean by that, Russell. I don't agree with your mocking during testing. I didn't mean to mock somebody. Oh, you mean, no. I 100%, and it's valid. I could be wrong. And I know that we disagree on it. And I think that it's important for us to be able to continue to have a dialogue on mocking, because it could be that, a lot of the stuff that I see is right. No. I've circled back. I understand. Russell and I very much disagree about mocks. I don't like mocks. He likes mocks. And it could be that from my past, I have just not seen mocks done correctly. And so I come out of it saying that I'm not a fan of mocks. I think that mocks are code smell, and Russell vehemently disagrees with me on that. So generally when I see a mock, I think that something in the code has been structured in such a way as to require a mock. Now, I do think that we found some middle ground, because I was saying that an integration test is better and actually proves more information there. And so maybe, but this is where it's really important to be able to disagree with people and not just dislike them and never move on, because then you're never going to learn from them, and vice versa. Yeah. You're right, Russell. You and I don't 100% agree. You know what? I was really stressed about that. I was really stressed about that. If there is my longest term supporter, I think it's probably Russell. You guys have actually no idea how stressed I was. I was stressed about that. Not anybody's fault. That's just me. All right. So let's you know what? Let's work on our Twitch alerts. That's gonna be more fun. We only have an hour and a half anyways. Right, Russell. There's a little bit of like, yeah, I don't know. I've grown to appreciate the conversations that we've had as a community. And so there's always a little bit of a fear, at least in my mind. There is for me, that, you're going to do and say something really stupid, and then people aren't going to like you for it. I shouldn't have that fear because I do and say stupid stuff all the time. So like I should be over it, but probably not as much as I should be. Yeah. All right. Let's look at Twitch alerts. Before we get into Twitch alerts, we got to get our legendary four thing set up. All right. Let's before we do that, we will jump into our Twitch alerts. Yeah. I know Russell is about to tell me that I could just use tabs, and I'm learning Vim, and I can't put more key combinations in my poor little head right now. So we're not doing that. We're not doing it right now. We're just going to pull up 4 because who needs a terminal multiplexer when you have i3? Like that's what I'm saying. I'm sticking with it. Wait, I don't want to do that quite yet. Let's see. All right. All right. Looking good. Let's just clear this up. Good. All right. I've been learning to use the jump command. I haven't. I have to think about it. I have to think about it, which means I have to stop talking because I'm thinking about it. All right. We'll use Twitch CLI is down here. We'll run the Twitch server here. We'll run the back end here and the front end here. Yeah. Okay, that's what we'll do. So actually, here we need to jump to the front end project, which is called Wasm, I think, because I'm so good at naming. I'm so fantastic at naming. Agreed, Russell. Agreed. And like, by explaining all of that, I was letting you guys know, like, I'm mortal and I feel the same thing that you guys do. Just because I can stream in front of 5 people, doesn't mean that I don't have some of those same fears of that. It happens to all of us, or it happens to a lot of us. I'm not going to say all of us, but it's important for us to be able to, and it's important to us to be passionate about what we think is best and what we like, but not let that passion blind us to the other person and to their perspective and their thing. I can almost guarantee you my conversation with Russell and Mocking, there's going to be one of these days where there's a aha moment where he shows me some code that's elegantly mocked that actually catches some useful things, and I'm going to learn to appreciate mocks. Now, maybe I'm not going to completely shift my mind on my thoughts on mocking, but I might be able to see a place where it's actually really useful, and I've learned something. I think it's an important skill. I think it's an important skill. All right. So, okay. So Twitch, we're running Twitch up here, the Twitch CLI. Let's see. I'm not gonna lie. I need to bring up, we actually wrote this down, didn't we? Let's, we wrote this down, I believe. We better have written it down. Russell, I didn't mean that as me calling you out that you couldn't show me. I assumed that the good examples you had were not open source. Like, I get that. And so, like, that was not my intent in stating, haha, you haven't been able to show me because it doesn't exist. That was not what I was doing. I was being serious that I'm sure one of these days you'll find it in an open source project and you will be like, hey, check this out. This is a really cool application of it. So, you know, if you create a good one, I'll make a video out of it. I will. And I mean that as like not a bad thing. I mean, like, I will put forth effort to let people help people see it and whatnot. Cat Muffin, how are you? So you know what, Russell? I feel like, I don't know. It's such a hard problem. It's such a hard problem. I don't know that I know a better way. I generally look towards integration tests above mocks. But like, maybe there's this strange world where you don't have the time to do integration tests properly because proper integration tests are hard and they take effort to maintain. And so, like, maybe there's this gray area where you don't have the time to do that because it's a side project or you're a really small team, and maybe then mocks are a better solution. I don't know. Like, my thoughts on this are ever evolving. I honestly don't 100% know exactly what I believe on it at this point. Like, you've convinced me. I respect your opinion enough. You've convinced me that, like, there's probably stuff that I'm missing here. I don't understand it, or I'm still figuring out what that means. And I'd like to do some mocking in Rust and some mocking in Go. Maybe that's something we do in Eddington to let me experiment with it. Write some stuff to like mock out the Kubernetes stuff. Because sometimes I find it easier to think when I'm actually like going through the motions. Yeah. Anyways. All right, so I said our code would be here, so that's this right here. This won't work. We'll let it fail. And then Wassum's gonna run here, and then we'll do our Twitch commands here. You know what? I don't know what you mean by fakes. I don't know what you mean by fakes. Fakes are a pattern where you create a fake implementation of a dependency that follows all the semantics as closely as possible. Isn't that a mock? I'm failing to, I'm failing to, I feel like there's a very, very fine line between fake stubs and mocks that I'm failing to see. I kind of group those all into a single bin, but maybe in my mind, it's like how good the mock is. Like in your thing, mocks are like my lowest quality mock, and fakes is like my highest quality mock. I could be wrong. Mocks only verify that methods were called. Okay, then my definition of mocks included fake implementations. I think a lot of mocking libraries include fake stuff, right? I could be wrong. I haven't used a mocking library in a very long time. In fact, the last time I did mocks was in Java a while ago. So don't take any of this as gospel. Dr. Goes, wouldn't you want to use the real thing for integration tests? If it's an actual integration test, you would use the real thing, right? You wouldn't use a fake. So fakes still have to be for unit tests, right? And this is not me sitting here arguing with you. It's me trying to understand. I actually try to understand. The real thing in this case is fake data. So what good is it? I don't. Look, so you could fake out Postgres. You could fake out Postgres. Oh yeah, I did update some games. You could fake out Postgres. Let me pull this up because maybe I'm not making sense here. But we'll do it. Stream life. There we go. We'll make it in here. All right. So let's say we had Postgres here. We have Postgres database here. And you're saying that a fake is fake data. Well, in an integration test, we would stand up Postgres with some fake data in here. We'll have some fake data in here. Obviously, we don't have real data in here, but it will be fake data. But this is an integration test. You actually have the real thing. You don't have a fake Postgres. You have a real Postgres with fake data for your test. Wait, Cypher sent something? Let me... How long is this? Should we read this? Okay, I'm not going to read this on stream. Unless if people really want me to go through this on stream. I can. I'd happily cover this. But I'll read it later. Just the list. Where's the list? I didn't see a list. Did I miss it? I saw contents. The difference between mocks and stubs. Okay. Okay. The difference between mocks and stubs. When they were first introduced, many people easily confused mock objects with the common testing notion of using stubs. Since then, it seems people have better understood the differences, and I hope the earlier version of this paper helped. However, to fully understand the way people use mocks, it is important to understand mocks and other kinds of test doubles. Doubles? Don't worry, this is a new term for you. Oh, perfect. We need a new term. That's what we need. We need just yet another term. I want triples. I'm coining the term triples. We'll come up with a definition later of what it actually means. When you're doing testing like this, you're focusing on one element of the software at a time. Hence, the common term unit testing. You're focusing on one element of the... Yeah. Okay, the problem is that it makes a single unit work. You often need other units, hence you need some other kind of warehouse in our example. In the two styles of testing I've shown above, the first case uses a real warehouse object and the second case uses a mock warehouse, which of course isn't a real warehouse object. Using mocks is one way to not use a real warehouse in the test, but there are other forms of unreal objects. Unreal. Sorry. Game engine. It's okay. The vocabulary for talking about soon gets messy. We're getting to the list. We've gotten to the list. All right. Dummy objects are passed around but never actually used. Usually they are just used to fill parameter lists. I don't understand these. Okay. So first off, if they don't actually get used, why is your application passing them around? I would just stop passing them around. Fake objects actually have working implementations, but usually take some shortcut, which makes them not suitable for production. This is what I would consider as a mock. An in-memory database is a good example. Okay, that's an interesting take. I guess an in-memory database I wouldn't have considered as a mock. Like an in-memory Postgres database. Okay. I could see that as being a little different, or at least different than what I've done. Stub, provide canned answers for calls. I mean, stubs 100% I considered mocks. Canned answers to calls made during the test, usually not responding at all to anything outside of what's programmed for the test. Spies are stubs that also record some information based on how they were called. One form of this might be an email service that records how many messages it was sent. Seems like we could just combine these two. Mocks are what we're talking about. Objects pre-programmed with expectations which form a specification of the call they are expected to receive. Isn't that what these are? Like, all of these are the same thing, right? I don't actually, in my mind, see anything different in these, right? So I understand that there's subtle differences in there, but like in my mind, I don't see a reason to distinctify them. So I think sometimes we as engineers like to be like, here's the thing, but then we'd like to slice it up like this. And we want to say that this section here is completely different than this section over here. And I don't know that it's useful. Maybe it is. Maybe there's a reason to talk about spies as being completely different. But to me, they're just stubs, and they do a very specific thing that you'd like them to do. But they're not anything different because all stubs do a very specific thing, whether that is to spy or whether that is to hand back bad data or good data or whatever it is that you want. they're all every stub does a specific thing, and you're just calling out a iteration of that. And yeah, like, again, I don't get the major difference between a mock and a stub here. Doctor goes. I think that's my point. If you're looking at it in a pure way, maybe. But in general, when I'm looking, these are all mocks when I see them. I like, okay, this is a mocked thing. Okay, this one's spying. Cool. That's a paradigm. That's a paradigm that I understand. The fake is actually, so this was actually really good because before this, I wasn't thinking of fakes as like actually using an in-memory Postgres database where you're actually using the thing, just not like you would in production. That makes completely different because this, I would say, is most integration testing, right? You use the thing, but not exactly like you would in production. You take a little bit of shortcuts. You don't run it in high availability across multiple availability zones. Like that might be your final end-to-end test where you do that. And so with your fake, you actually run the actual thing. I don't like the word fake because when you guys said fake, I actually thought you were talking about something that wasn't the Postgres database. So yeah, this clears this up, and I think that this is a fair thing to have. But I would vote we change the word to integration test and not fake. Right, Cat Muffin. Like, I got hung up on you guys calling it a fake because, like, to me that meant like you programmed out this not real thing. In actuality, it's just that you don't have it configured the same way and set up the exact same way. I'm not sure. Fake in a sense that it's not an implementation you should use in prod. Okay. So to me, I just call this integration testing, honestly. I think it's clearer than the word fake. Integration testing usually isn't run the same way you do it in production. At least in my experience, I could be wrong, but usually, you have your sections here. Of testing, and in here you have unit, and over here you have integration, and over here you have your end to end, and this one here requires everything to look like production. It requires everything to look like production. So it be configured the same, to run on the same type of hardware, to experience the same type of things. That's what your end-to-end. Your integration testing is where things happen in memory. This is where, instead of standing up an HA version of something, you can run an in-memory Postgres database. You can run, you can have some pre-programmed Kafka messages that just get injected into your application to see how they respond and what Kafka messages they emit afterwards. It's those type of things. And then unit is where you have nothing else. No other infrastructure runs. You just doing that. So the other thing is the other thing that I try to not do, and the reason I kind of dislike splitting these things into we're kind of attempting to split unit tests into a bunch of sub things here. And the other reason I don't do this a lot is it adds complexity. If you're going to tell me that I have to know the difference between 12 different things, because if we're talking about spies, which are a type of mock, and we have to break all of those things out, we could have 20 different types of mocks. And and we've just made the complexity, especially when we're talking about it as educators, as we talk to people, the more complexity we have, the harder it is for us to not have this entire conversation. Like, we've had to have this entire conversation to talk about what a fake is. I think all of us like to use a fake, but we mostly call it an integration test. Okay, so the fake AWS SQS one is probably a good, again, I think we're talking about spectrum of integration test. So the fake SQS, in my mind, kind of sits right here versus, you know, the in-memory Postgres database is like a really good implement. It's not the real thing still, but it's better. I guess I can see some spectrum here of those. Yeah. I generally don't do like the fake SQS. I don't generally do those. I generally do the like in-memory Postgres over like implementing a fake of a thing. Because I like testing like the actual connection to the database and those types of things. So it runs more aptly. So I don't do this thing here very much. So maybe that's why I don't, I'm actually struggling to think of a time that I've done this. I do this a lot. The actually running Postgres, just not, you know, high availability or whatnot. Yeah, so Russell, I have that problem with the new lines because if you do YouTube like this, it removes the new lines from those. So I work to space them so that generally they'll get put on the right lines. But yeah, there's no new lines. So like you can see like YouTube Live should be on the next new line, but it removes new lines. It's the dumbest thing. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. This should complain because there's no... Yeah. No client and server. Beautiful. So, Cypher, I guess I just don't integrate with not real dependencies. I don't have the time to create a fake thing that looks like the real thing. That seems like more work to me. I'd rather just write an integration test. I don't know. There's probably some case that that's not true, and like it's probably valid. I have not seen it myself where I'm like, hey, I would like to rewrite AWS SQS so I don't have to test the wire protocol. I don't got time for that. I don't know about you guys. That seems like more work than it's worth. Maybe I'm wrong. What the garbage? We got... Oh. Okay. Wait, is this a compile time? Wait. Is this compile time issue or something different? This looks like a compile time issue, but how is that? We haven't changed the code. Oh, you know what we did last time? We unpinned. We unpinned something. We gotta fix my my ability to open up a README. I think we pulled in a new version because it used to be pinned. That's exactly what I'm thinking right now. So this used to be pinned. And we unpinned it because we had that one problem where we needed to update it. That was just last week. Ugh. All right. So in the Twitch event listener service, in the utils, make token, the trait Twitch OAuth 2 is not implemented for request client. Okay. I believe we've seen this before, and what I think it is that you have to pin this to I think we've seen this before. I'm trying to Oh, sorry, I missed this. One example would be in your testing of the consensus protocol, being able to put it into weird states. Let me think about that. Let me mull that around. Sorry, I missed that. That's actually a good call out. Is this an argument for fakes? This isn't an argument for fakes, though, is it? This is an argument for backdoors for testing. Because you actually want to test the... Depends on where you can test it. Yeah. Testing consensus is difficult. Let's do that. Next Saturday. Let's do that. Let's put this in as a to-do. Test. I did not mean to quote that. I need to think about it. Because I think that there's a lot of ways we could go about this. There's a lot of things that we could do. Consensus is a really interesting thing to test because consensus depends on timing. So you can't pause it. You can't pause it. It depends on timing. I need to think on this. I'll think on it this week, and we'll do this. I need Jepsen tests. Jepsen test isn't formal verification, right? Not taking anything away from the Jepsen test. I think they're good. My point is that it's not technically formal verification. Yeah. So this is a really long ago though. So I don't know that this is. What is the... Actually, you know what? Let me do something really quickly. Let's do cargo update. I think I 1 second. Let's see. My worry is that it's this over here. What was I worried about? No. We used to have to bring in the auth through this too. Like Twitch auth used to be like a different import, and you had to make sure it was the same version, but we're not doing that anymore. So that's not it either. I just did a full update. Let's see if that fixes it. Yeah. So we still have the same issue. The weird thing is, this is a long old... Wait. Oh, opened this issue 2 weeks ago. This is a different one. Oh, okay. 2 weeks ago. Can you try as a... Bug 404. I love Bug 404. Best bug. All right, this is what I didn't... Okay, so maybe I do this right here. We used to have to import OAuth 2. I was able to remove it. I feel like I still have this. I don't know where it is, though. Oh, okay, so I do it for the workspace. I do have it. And I don't have it for OAuth. I was telling you that I thought there was... All right, let's... I don't know, this is... Look, I don't know about this project. It's the only one that does... this, but there's like some weird stuff. I don't know. Hey, how are you doing? You're in Belgium. Are you natively in Belgium, or are you just like coming in to get drunk? You never know. Trying to fix broken. All right. Then we have both of these. Yeah. No, we only we did the both in the other one. You know, we're gonna copy the comment to. All right. Let's see if that works. Let's do a cargo update. I'm hoping one of these days to make it to Europe. All right. So we did this. So this... Oh, do I have to do this? Do I have to do this? I have never done this with cargo. Let's see. I have this here at the main main level at the workspace. Let's see. I could... Oh, wait. This is working off of a branch, isn't it? Oh, okay. So maybe it's just busted on the main. And maybe what we should do is just limit this to a commit from 2 weeks ago. We could just go to this commit, right? Oh, what I was going to say is I'd like to make a trip. I'd like to make a trip to Europe sometime, and hopefully I get to. And I'll let. Gonna have to meet with some people if they want, whenever I get to do it. I think we're just going to jump to this commit. Let's do that. Let's do it. Traveling is so exhausting. I'm with you, Cat Muffin. Every single time I travel, I need a vacation to recuperate. This one is for sure. This one is. Let's see. This was April 15th. What was last? I guess maybe this is the one we want and need. This is the one. We're down to 2 errors. You know what I'm thinking though, didn't they say this was fixed though? Yeah. Which means it's closed 2 weeks ago. Which means it should be in main. Your cargo terminal should look like this. All building without error as long as the request dependency is imported with a version lower than 12 and the Twitch OAuth 2 version lower than 13, which depends on request 12.2. Here's an example of code that will generate error compiling. Modprog is really good. All right, I will talk through the problem. I went to compile this thing that we compiled last week just fine. And it said, no, I won't compile. And so I then was trying to figure out if it was a update that they've done. It doesn't seem like it's actually an update because we're just pulling straight from Git here. And so then I went with here, and this is generating the same error here. This is the error we're getting, this issue. So we can do that. Cargo update. Right. And this is basically just saying HTTP client is not implemented for request client. Again, that's this error right here. I have tried to check the changelog in order to understand it fixed, but perhaps I'm missing the modified code. Explain this error. Hey, thanks for the follow. A question, what do you think about the future of Java? Will it regain its position in the market with the new updates, be able to be used more widely? Or on the contrary, will it be surpassed by Go? Is it still worth learning Java? Okay. I'm gonna step on some toes here. But if I was to learn a language today to get a job, so I'm looking for the largest group of employers. Now, there's some employers that will hire you based off of that you're a good engineer and you don't necessarily know the language that they use. All right, but if you're a new engineer, they're probably going to want you to know something. I would learn, okay? I would probably learn C#. This doesn't mean I'm saying C# is the best language out there. And it's not me saying that C# is a bad language either. I'm saying that there's probably a really good chance of you finding a job. Java is still dominant in the enterprise. There's still a ton of Java. And Go is on the uprise. So, you know, Go, let's see. Go is trending up, I think. Java's, I don't think it's actually trending down. I think it's more like holding steady. And I feel like C# is trending up too. Maybe not as much as Go is. Smaller arrow. You know, maybe we'll put this arrow like this. Now, don't ask me. Don't ask me. Neither of these are my favorite. None of these are my favorite. My favorite language is Rust. But it's not particularly the best one to get a job with. So that's why I stipulated. I'm not saying any of these are better than the other. The thing is, and I'll state this every single time, languages are not a static thing. Java from 6 years ago isn't Java of today. Java of 20 years ago isn't the Java of 6 years ago. The same with C#, the same with Go. Go keeps trying to rectify its previous mistakes. I honestly think that you're going to see Go do something like this. Go is propped up by Kubernetes. And I need to make a video on Go. I write Go in Rust. So like I complain about Go from I actually write Go, not I don't like it in theory. It's a fine language to learn if you want to. Hi, Scott B. What? Togglebit with 72 raiders. I missed the message. What was the message good? Was your AI generated message good? I need to go see it now. 1 second. We'll get out of this this cargo disaster. That's a cargo disaster. I want to go see what the rating message was. I want to see it. How are you guys doing? What were you guys working on with Toggle? Has he gotten an Anathema done yet? Like, I need an Anathema. It's holding me back. It's not holding me back, but I tell Toggle it's holding me back. Let's see. Thanks for that follow. There's your personalized message. I need to go find the message from Togglebit's raid. I want to see what the raid message was like. It's almost done. Good. How are you guys doing today? So we're kind of killing a little bit of time, and then we're going to go into a Rust class for people new to Rust, and then we're going to go into a Kubernetes class. That starts in about 45 minutes. We're working on some Twitch alerts. These are the Twitch alerts that we're working on right now, that you guys see. When somebody follows or raids, there's some Twitch alerts, and it's a pretty cool system. Uses a little bit of AI. Let's see. We wanted to get the logs because I didn't see his raid message. Logs, this thing. All right. So this was a follow. Yep. Here we go. Raid notification. All right. In the land, Eldonia, Togglebit's party and the Null party united against a common foe. Together, they faced trial, forged bonds, and emerged victorious. Forever changed by their alliance. Toggle, we're forever changed by our alliance. Just so you know. That's probably more true of me than you. In Eldoria. There we go. I have a very good accent. I don't know what that means. In the United States, I'm from the Midwest, and the Midwest is considered not to have an accent, to be fairly bland. So generally, people don't like our accent because of the lack of one. All right, back to debugging. Nightmare. You didn't say changed for the better? I have the American accent. Okay, so that's something as an American, it would be hard to appreciate, because for us in the Midwest, we're the bland, or my accent is considered the no accent. I'll draw a picture of the United States because my drawing skills are legendary. So if this is the United States, let's see, that's the West Coast, Texas, Florida, up to Maine, and then, yeah, okay. So, legendary. This section right here is pretty much just bland. They have no accent. So over here you have like your New York, Boston, and Jersey accents. Pretty spicy. Down here you have your heavy Southern accents, your Southern accents. And then over here you have your like, you have your Valley accent down here. And this I would say is like a Midwest. This is pretty bland. This is the same as this over here. Pretty bland. Texas is like a variation of the Southern accent. And there's just not a lot of people that live here. Did you know that? Did people know that of this whole place? It's like 80% of the population lives here. And then like 15 lives here. And 5 lives here. It's something stupid. And like this. And like most of that 5% is in Texas. And this might include some of Texas. It might include like the coast of Texas. It might be a line like this. I don't know a whole lot, but there's actually not a whole lot going on there. Valley accent is like, dang it. I might have a little bit of a Valley accent. I might have a little bit of a Valley accent. Like, it's so good. It's such like a good feeling when using the Valley accent. I can't like explain it well to you, but like it's good. It's good. I can guarantee you that much. So that is actually a fairly good thing of having the no accent, is most people find it fairly easy to understand. Fairly easy. Sometimes my incoherent rambling is not easy to understand, but the individual words are easy to understand. Okay, so we are debugging a problem with our Twitch alerts that we didn't even know we were going to have it. Overnight, they have broken on us, and with this. Now, there is a issue that was opened, but it was also subsequently closed. Have you actually written a optional type in Go? If you have, I would like to see it. I would like to see how it goes, or what it's like. One of the things that I was going to do on languages, where's my language? Languages, type systems. Another thing that I'll add it as a note here. This is another video that I'm going to make. Goes, what is it called? Goes, oh man, I'm blanking on it. Generics method return issue. There we go. I want to talk about this because people don't understand the nuance here, and I want to make a short video in the coming week about this. It shouldn't be a long video. It should be like 5 minutes live. 5 minutes live tops. Where's the link? Where's the link? I want to see the optional type. Thank you, Ryu, for following. I see you're a skill rogue that sought redemption. You can find redemption here, Ryu. So one question that I would like to see. I would like to see this work with generics. You make this work with generics? And we might have something. Now, I think you're going to struggle with this, making this generic, because of this that we'll do in this next coming week or two. It's go. Enough said. Touche. All right. So we were going to do a little programming on Twitch alerts. We were going to do it, and we're not doing it because of this issue. Let's get back to this issue. How was Toggle's stream? Was it good? Let's look at our client. Wait. This is in not our code. This is the problem. This is not our code. Oh, wait. Have we accidentally locked request not into 12? This is on me. This is on me. 1 second. This is on me. We got this. Right here. This is on me. What is request? Oh, this was staring me in the face and I wasn't seeing it. Was not seeing it. Let's fix this. What is a 12.4? 12.4. Okay. This is what we needed. 12.4. Is this just gonna magically work now? I feel like an idiot. I'm so glad it didn't work. All right. Well, we did upgrade to 12, which is what they were doing. But wait. This was in monolith. Let's make sure that it's not imported. Yeah. Right here. I was just about to say, let's make sure. If people are wondering why this project is set up in maybe a slightly confusing way, it's on purpose, and that might sound bad because it's on purpose. That might sound bad. Beautiful. Now, with the new feature of cargo, we can actually pull these into one. Instead of having these in one place, we can actually put it in the workplace now, right? I need to do that. I need to look up the blog on how to do that again. And do that. Cool. I was gonna say I watched the release and I just need to go back and actually do it. So like I don't know the keyword to do it. Like, but if we get the time, we don't have the time today. But this is good. We got back to a running state. Fantastic. Cannot make access token. Token is not authorized to use. That's fine. Did we actually? We did Twitch chat. That should fix that up. Now we're cooking. We are listening. So if we do a test follow, why are we doing a ban? Let's test follow. Boom. Done. In the depths of the abyss. Test from user. Face the void alone. All right. Cool. You're going to you're pub hopping? Well, be careful. Don't drive. Be safe. All right. Well, we're about to come up to a mandatory ad break. I have snoozed a couple of times for you all because you guys rated. So I actually just snoozed twice. But what's going to happen is I'm going to, when this ad break comes up, I'm going to make a cup of coffee. It takes me about 10 minutes. So just be warned. I'll be taking a 10-minute break in about 2 minutes. I'll be taking a 10-minute break to make a cup of coffee, and then we're going to dive into the land of Rust. We're going to restart last week since my internet was cut off on me. I didn't get the time because I was in jury duty. So I basically had 2 full-time jobs this last week. So we're going to pick up not where we left off. We're just going to start fresh. We're going to start fresh with what we were going to do, and we're going to run through what we started with, and it's going to be good. Oh my goodness, I wish I could sue my internet providers. They have all failed me so many times. Okay, so this last catastrophe was actually a bad install where they took down our entire street because of an install. Mistakes happen. And so like I can't be so mad at the person who installed because mistakes happen. And so I try to give grace. Like it was really frustrating for me because it screwed my stream and we were in a good groove and we were just learning something. And so I was really frustrated, but like mistakes happen and that's what happened. Frustrating? Yes. I try not to hold a grudge about it though. All right, I am going to be right back. I'm going to give you guys a little Python to, you know, soothe you. Soothe? I saw the word sue. Soothe. New engineer boss, I've taken down fraud. Yeah. Basically. All right, I'm going to make some coffee and I'll be back. Some Python just for you guys. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Not as fast, but does it do good damage? Oh, okay. Oh, not at close range. You'll have to show me. I'm gonna get back to streaming, but you should show me when I'm done. How's everyone doing? All right, I'm back. All right. Oh dear. What? I cannot type. Wow, that was bad. Okay. Well, we got this working. That's good. We're about 15 minutes away, so we're gonna set up for the Twitch, for the Rust class. We're gonna set up for that, but I'm glad we got this working. What's the project? Oh, well, this is the Twitch alerts. So you just followed, you saw your AI generated. If you didn't, unfollow and then follow again. And an AI generates a custom Twitch alert for you. That's one of the things that we've done. There you go. In the depths of the digital realm, a research dev's wisdom united with the null party's strength. Together, they conquered the binary beast that unlocked the infinite knowledge. There you go. That was custom just for you. Everybody here gets a custom follow message because that's how we roll. That's how we roll. So that's what this is. All right. So that being said, what we're doing right now, though, we're doing capitalize it, Scott. Capitalize it. What we're going to do is at high noon, we start a Rust class where basically we just build something. And that's what we do. Each day we add on to it. We're building the most over-engineered to-do app that has a database and everything. So yeah, be prepared. That's what we're going to do. And if my internet doesn't get killed, we will do it. Last week, it got cut off right at the knees by my internet provider. Hopefully this week, that doesn't happen. You guys will be happy to know that the internet provider is giving me a whole $1 back on my service. Okay. And then right after that, we're going to follow up with a little Kubernetes class. Now, if you guys are liking the education and the learning, I want to let you guys know something pretty exciting is happening May 3rd. So on May 3rd, I don't have a calendar. May 3rd, I am doing a 12-hour stream, and I have some fantastic guests coming on to talk to you about distributed software technology. Some people that are actually leading that, not your poor little me, like people that are actually leading it are coming on to talk about consensus in a distributed system, indexing, what indexes are, how they're doing it, and how to make a really fast index and the problems around building an index. And there's actually a really interesting take that I have just learned about indexes that is a really cool take that I never thought of indexes that way, but I'm going to save that for later. So anyways, if you'd like, please come out May 3rd. There's going to be a little bit of something. We're going to touch on vector databases. We're actually going to build, or try to build, in 4 hours at the end of the stream, a vector database. Or not a vector database, but a vector app. An app that leverages vector databases. So it should be fun. It should be fun. I'm going to use Kubernetes, but thinking about ECS as well. Oh, well, stick around, and we'll do a little bit of Kubernetes. It's pretty basic right now. We're at the very beginning of these classes, and so we're covering very basic things. I didn't record them well at the beginning, so I might record the very beginnings of them a little bit. We'll see how we do that, but we're gearing up to get into some more of the more complicated stuff. Let's save this really quickly. Git add. All right. Dane, how are you doing? Pretty good? Awesome. All right, let's get into our live learning. We'll jump into the code. Research dev, yeah, they only give us one category. That's all we can stream in. I actually am planning on. Okay, so our Twitch alerts has a powerful backbone that we've built, and one of the things that I was waiting on Togglebit for Anathema is one of the things that I want to do is there's 2 games that I want to make for Anathema, or that I want to make with our Twitch alert system. And one of those is this game, or the 2 games that I'd like to do is when I take my breaks to go get coffee, I want Twitch plays Wordle, and Twitch plays D&D. So basically, we have an AI that will create a word for Wordle, a 5-letter word for Wordle. And so you guys can sit there as Twitch and like vote on each of the words. So you know how there's like some characters. I think it's 5, right? I think it's 5. 4-letter words would be too easy. Anyways. Let's see. There we go. Anyways. So when Twitch plays Wordle, like, you guys would like each type in a single character to vote what you want, and whichever one gets most is the letter that's voted for that slot. So anyways, that would be Twitch plays Wordle. And then there's Twitch plays D&D, which the AI will be the dungeon master. And basically, there's going to be like, it's also going to make like 3 choices, 1, 2, and 3. And it's going to make 3 choices, and you guys are going to vote on which choice for the person to go. So you guys are going to get to play D&D while I'm on break. So those are the 2 things that I'd like to add to the system that for the Twitch alerts. We built the framework out there, and now with Anathema from Togglebit, we're gonna make a text-based UI for it on the front end. So that should be fun. That's some of the next steps. We also need to fix some problems with it. Right now it crashes every single time somebody does something like give bits. Donating bits causes it to crash. Now it restarts because it's in Kubernetes and it's amazing, but it does crash for a little bit every single time you give bits. That's fantastic. Anyways, 80% of the time it works every time. Right. As long as you follow, subscribe, or raid, it works. You do something outside of those three, it hits an unsupported branch in a match case in Rust and panics. Yeah. It's a fantastic piece of software we've written. Absolutely fantastic. I only write the highest quality software while live on stream. Only the highest quality. Oh, same here, research dev. I mean, that's what we've done. It's gotten better. It now auto reconnects. And so we used to have this bug where Twitch would just stop sending us stuff on the WebSocket, but the WebSocket was still alive, but it was kind of a dead channel. And so now we detect that, and now we restart the WebSocket when we detect that. So it's gotten better. It's a little bit of a mess as it is right now, but it's getting better each time. And we're kind of at a point where the backbone is there, and now it's adding features and making some of the jankier stuff a little bit more solid. So it definitely has gotten a lot better. Let's see. All right, so we kind of need to just get rid of day 5. Day 5 never really happened. So we're gonna CP day 5 to day 5 to day 5 old. We're going to then delete. Yeah, let's see, rm-r day 5. What did then we can just CP day 4. To day 5. All right, we're gonna start day 5 over again. It's i3. I find it convenient to stream with, because like with streaming, I don't get my second monitor. And so like if I want to have a website up, I can just have Edge over here, which I am told triggers a lot of people. A lot of people tell me it triggers them, that I use Edge on Arch. Some people have said it's an abomination that I use Edge on Arch. It's pretty fantastic. The more people get upset, the more hilarious I find it. Dude, isn't Edge amazing? Like, I don't know. Like, I realize it's Chromium in the back end. I get it. You're Chromium and I realize that it's Microsoft. It does what I need it to do. It's not bad. It's not bad, I promise. All right. Yeah, I was going to say, it does if you want ChatGPT and don't want to pay for it. Edge has their own GPT built in that Copilot GPTs that, you can just leverage here. You can also pay for it. Yeah. This one I think requires we're not doing that right now. But so you definitely can, but it's pretty nice. I don't leverage that a whole lot, but for me, the biggest thing is it actually allows me to do my news stream how I like to do my news stream, which I like. So, yeah. All right. Let me update my titles. Update titles. Oh, and everybody, Eddington is becoming a thing. I have screwed up the auth, so we can't sign in, but actually the whole backend system is working. You just can't use it because you can't sign in. So as soon as I fix it, sign in, and sign up, we're gonna be cooking here on the Null Cloud. I'm gonna be cooking. I'm gonna be cooking. So it's gonna be pretty good. So, but learn Rust. All right, titles updated. We're gonna do Rust. We're probably gonna be pretty quick because we already worked through some of the. This is the Rust teaching, and then as soon as we're done with the Rust one, we'll go on to Kubernetes. Just because you see a link doesn't mean that the link has actually works. Like the contact form does not work. So, have fun with that. There's a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't work. So, like login doesn't work. So there's plenty of stuff that doesn't work, but we're working on it. All right. Yeah, I'll do a whole video. I'll do like a whole video on it, walking you guys through what it is. Hopefully this upcoming week. It will probably be during the week sometime. Probably one of my morning streams, because I'm going to do some spontaneous morning streams. I'm not promising to any set time or anything. I'm just gonna do some streams in the morning that are designed to be recorded. So it's basically live recording them. So I'll be doing those with some educational things and putting them on my YouTube. And yeah, so anyways, let's open up not cargo, crates.io. All right. Let's cd code live learning day 5. All right. All right, so today on Learning Rust, previously we've made this and we share a little bit of state. But if you'll notice, there's a problem with our current state, and it's because we just made this basically a sorry, I forgot where this is where day 4 ended. All right. So let me restart that intro. I'd like to live record these and render them to YouTube. I don't think my first ones were good, so I'm gonna have to re-record them, but we'll see. All right. Let's see. Let me re-catch up where we were. Let's see. Did we make this this was still a vector. Okay. And that was one of the changes we went off to do, was to make it a hash map. That's fantastic. We will do that. All right. Because we're pushing towards putting this as a database. All right. Right. All right, so let's get this done. All right, so far, we've done some things. Let me restart that again. Third take is the charm. That was a stupid intro. Welcome everybody to Learning Rust Live. I hope you enjoy these. I hope we can continue making some more fantastic and awesome educational content live. Please do ask questions. I only check chat for questions about what we're doing. So if you have a conversation during these live educational sessions, let me be warned that I'm mostly going to be watching for questions about what we're doing. You're more than welcome to still have a conversation amongst yourself. I'm just not going to be paying attention to it. All right. That being said, welcome, and I hope that you're all ready to learn a little bit of Rust. So far, we've made an API server that allows us to get a list of to-dos. So if you look through here really quickly, we have our main function. If you remember, we're using Tokyo main. This is what allows us to have an executor and to execute tasks on maybe threads. And on here, we're using a project called Axum to allow us to get and post to-dos. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And we have just 3 ones. We have this root one, which basically just returns you have done fantastic work, not even valid HTML or anything like that. And then we have our other ones that allow us to get and post to-dos. And these are just these right here. And they're very, very simple. But there's some problems. There's problems with this overly simplistic state here. The first problem here is we can literally push the same to-do multiple times because it's just in a list. There's nothing to validate the ID or anything like that. Now, you might be thinking that we could get whenever we have a post to do, we could walk the whole list. But there's a better data structure for this than a list, because we can use a hash map to do that. So we can update this from a vector of JSON objects to a hash map. And this will already do this for us. So let's go ahead and update our implementation. Now, you'll remember we made this alias here of to-do, this struct here for to-do, and we have this to-do state that we pass around this type. I'll call it a type alias. This type to-do that basically aliases this longer thing out here. And what we can do is basically Rust is going to guide us as we go. We can update this to a hash map. And you know what? 1 second, really quickly. I always turn off ChatGPT or Copilot. While we're going, I don't like it spilling secrets before we get to the good stuff or suggesting the correct stuff, because one of the things we do here while live learning is we actually purposefully make mistakes and learn how the Rust compiler helps you, because sometimes people think that the Rust compiler is just angry, and the Rust compiler is actually really good. It tries to help you. All right, so it can't find hash map in scope. That's pretty easy. And you can even see up here, it's consider importing this struct hash map. Okay. So we need an STD collection hash map. Not a problem. So we'll just throw that in here. Use STD collections hash map. All right. Not a problem. All right. Another one. Struct takes 2 generic arguments, but 1 was given. Okay, this makes sense. A hash map needs a key and a value, so we'll give it its key now. So its key can be a I64 because that is what our ID is. All right, cool. So we've gotten through all of those errors. All right, so we can look at the next error. And the next error here, so I can jump to it in Vim. If you're in Visual Studio Code, that's just fine. You don't need Vim. And we already covered earlier how to get Visual Studio Code set up. One of the things I would love is for you guys to be writing code along with me, writing Rust, doing some of the same stuff, maybe even writing some of the same code. I actually purposefully don't publish this code in a Git repository because I want you to be writing it. That's the best way to learn. All right, so we have a mismatch type, which makes sense because this is a arc of a mutex of a vector, and we want an arc of a mutex of a hash map now, right? So we can do this pretty easily with the hash maps as well. So let's learn to use hash maps because they're a little bit different. Because if you remember here with vec, we use this macro that allows us to define a vector right off the top of the bat. And hash maps aren't going to quite let us do the exact same thing, but we're going to be able to use something very similar. So if we do a hash map here, let's also delete the exclamation point. Remember, exclamation point means it's a macro, not your standard function. If we do a hash map here, so hash map like this, you can do double colons and do a function called from. And this from function is basically going to take you from one thing to from an iterable to a hash map. Now we can go ahead and save here, and we're going to see that we have an error, mismatch closing delimiter. Okay, so we have a braces problem. We have a braces problem. Oh, okay. So we don't have, oh no. I hit something. Okay. We need an extra brace over here. Okay. So now we're going. Okay. Now this gets a little bit confusing, and we're going to look at what it is. The trait bound hash map from to do to is not satisfied for the trait empty is implemented for this. For that trait implementation, expected this found to do. All right, so basically this is saying a lot of really useful information, but for a new beginner, it becomes very overwhelming. What is Rust telling us here? Actually, the first time I saw this, I stumbled over it because the first 2 lines are very confusing. Let's look at the last line. For that trait implementation. So all of this is telling you about a trait implementation. All of this information up here is actually really useful information about the trait that from is expecting. And for anybody new to Rust, the trait is actually, it's not you can think of it as an interface. Sorry, I stumbled over that. You can think of it as an interface. Maybe a little bit different. We could talk nuance, but for the most part, it's an interface. So we can see that it's talking about some interface stuff. And down here is where it gets really interesting. This expected a tuple and found a to-do. Oh, this now makes sense. All right, in our hash map implementation, we have an I64 and a to-do, a tuple of 2 values, our key and our value. And our hash map here is telling us that it's looking for a key and a value. So let's, instead of just having these to-dos, let's actually give it a key. This will be ID of 1 and a value. The value is the to-do. Okay, and we'll close that tuple off there. And all of a sudden, the error moves from here, where it was, to here. Okay, so now it's saying based off of this up here, we have mismatched types. We expected a tuple of integer and a to-do. So let's fix this one as well. So we'll do one here, comma, and then come down here. And we're just basically creating an anonymous tuple here, and done. Now our errors have gone away. So that's what I like to do with this not pretty walled garden, is talk about error messages, because people can be off-put by it. I'm not trying to be overly didactic, because I know some people will look at that and be like, I know what it's telling me we need to do. My whole goal here is to make it approachable for people that haven't had quite as angry of a compiler. So that's the idea. Okay, cool. So we got that working and we have it compiling. And the great thing is, because it's compiling and it's Rust, it probably means it's actually kind of working too, which is kind of cool. But I bet you we have more errors, because if you think about it, we changed this up here, this to-do state. So anything that implements to-do state, I bet you has problems. Let's search. We do have more errors. More errors. Okay. No method named toVec. Okay, so what is this saying? Well, if you noticed here, we have this toVec, and that's because we get this to-do state, we lock it, and we return the values from it. So we're just going to very, very quickly and simply delete that and save that. And then we're going to check what this is saying. All right. We expected a vec. Let's see. This is the get to-dos. So we do want a vector. All right. So how are we going to get a vector? Now, like I said, we wanted a hash map, and we changed this to-do state to a hash map because really it's a hash map. That's the type of data we're trying to keep. And so that's cool. But we need to now create a hash map, or we need to create a list, because we don't really want to return, to whatever front end or whatnot uses this. We don't want to return a hash map. Like that doesn't serialize very well, trust me. Hash maps are not known for serializing to disk or anything like that. So a list probably makes sense. So we probably want to keep a vector of to-do. So that means that we need to take this to-do and we need to create a vector out of it. So Rust has some really cool ways of doing this. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take, at this point, to-dos is a hash map. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take this. Actually, did I get space H working? Did I? Let's see. I did not. I feel like I got this working. Okay, well, anyways, it's a hash map. So let's get a list from it. So a really easy way is just to do values like this. That is going to, let's actually look at the documentation, what value says, what it says. The documentation in Rust is fairly good, so it's pretty good, but this is going to give you an iteratable, basically allowing you to iterate over the values. So it's not quite a list yet. Oh, wait, did I miss? One second. I might have missed the start. Okay. Let's go up. An iterator visiting all values in an arbitrary order. So important information to know. It's an arbitrary order. Hash maps don't guarantee any type of order for their values, and that's fine. We don't really care. If we wanted them to be ordered by their ID number, we can maybe do that in time. So this gives us an iterator, something to iterate over. Cool. But we want a vector. So how are we going to take this iterator and make it a vector? Well, basically we can do a .collect to collect them into a vector. Now, we have an error. Oh no. And this is a scary error. Whenever you start seeing these types of errors, these are scary. A value of type vec to do cannot be built from an iterator over elements of type reference to do. And I know we haven't talked about references, but this is a reference. The trait from iterator reference to do is not implemented for vec to do. So basically, we have a lifetime error. Now, what I want to tell you is when you're at the very beginning, don't worry about lifetimes. We could actually solve this a little bit more complicated of a way, but there's an easy way to solve lifetime errors when you're just getting started. And that is to clone it. Now, there's different ways of cloned is for this values for an iterator, but there are other ways to deal with this. But this is the simple way we're going to take out for today. Now, later on, we will talk about lifetimes, but I want you to understand as a new person to Rust, you don't need to worry about you can literally write a pretty well-performing application with a few excessive copies, and it's fine. It's fine. Get started. Don't worry about lifetimes. And you don't need to. We just solved it. Done. Lifetime done. Okay, cool. So we now have a list of a vector of to-dos, and we return it in JSON. And as you can see, this is statically typed. We actually know that not only are we returning JSON, we're returning a list of to-dos of JSON. This is amazingly powerful, and I would love for libraries outside of Rust to take this approach where we can actually guarantee, because if you followed along from the very beginning, we first started with returning a string, and that string could have been anything, but now it can't be anything. It has to be this, and that's really powerful because it allows you to fail quickly. All right, let's move on to the next one. Now, you're going to see some of these warnings. Warnings are incredibly powerful, and sometimes not incredibly powerful. This is going to tell us that there's unneeded parentheses around this. If you're only returning one thing, it's not you don't have to make a tuple for it. You can just return the thing. But a lot of times warnings are hinting at things that could be issues. All right, last arrow. No named push. What? It doesn't have a push. Oh, well, that's because we changed from a vector to a hash map. I'm sorry. I just sometimes I struggle. Okay, so we have a hash map. Let's incredibly bad key combination. We have a hash map, so now we can just call insert insert like this, not like that. Insert like this. And then we need to do a key and value. So, we can do a ID. But this is a little bit weird. So our ID comes from our payload. Our payload is our, okay. The payload is the thing that's coming in, and, that's, it has the ID in it. Thank you guys for the follows. I hope this is a fun way to learn these, and I'm looking to also cut them and put them into YouTube. I don't know, they don't make the best YouTube videos that I've seen because we can go on to rants and things like this, and sometimes they take unexpected directions because I do something stupid. So anyways, So I want to figure out how to cut them into YouTube a little bit better. Okay, so mismatch type expected in I64, found a U64. What? Where did I go wrong here? Where did I go wrong here? I went wrong somewhere. So this is a U64. So to-dos is a U64. And I'm a dum-dum here. Oh, this is an I64, guys. Like I said, live learning, you get to see mistakes made. So let's talk about what I started searching for as you're learning. So I saw here that it expected an I64 and it found a U64. And of course, this is a U64 because we validated our struct is a U64. That's what's coming in. And of course, this is defined as an I64. Now, why did this work for all of our other stuff? Is we allowed Now, while Rust is statically typed, it will infer those types when it compiles for you. So it inferred that this was a I64 based off of this definition up here, and then it was being used for that. And so we don't have to change this because we can allow that to keep working, and we can change this to a U64. Now we'll infer that this is a U64 because it's being used in a U64 struct. So pretty cool. But we could also define it if we want as a U64. And this solved our problem. All right. Awesome. All right. Cool. All right, let me read chat for a quick second. We'll take a quick break. Cypher, I struggle with this. I see what you're saying. And let's talk about it. So we could do what Cypher is saying is like a type of task ID. I go back and forth on this. And so we could say this is a task ID is of a type of U64. And there's shorter ways of doing this, but we'll just do U64. And we can do something like this. And then we could use this throughout for our task ID. So instead of a U64 here, we could do, task ID. And the same goes up here. Task ID. Now, the problem I have with this and leveraging it too much, because sometimes I see code bases that have everything type aliased out. When you're down here and you see task ID, do you know what type it is? Now, a lot of IDEs have gotten really good at unwrapping this for you and showing you what type it is. But I can find that this is another level of indirection that can sometimes cause more pain than good. You get to it and you have to go into the project to understand what it is. And you're like, oh, it's just a U64 because you saw, you're using this as a library and you're down here and you saw that this is a type task ID. And so I'm careful not to over leverage. Maybe this is a really good point or time to do it. But the counterpoint to this is it would save us from something like this when, if we wanted to change the type or whatnot. I'm not going to do it right now. We can talk more about it. We can remove the vector because we did change it to not a vector. Okay, cool. But it's a good point to bring up, and that's a valid way to use it. It's a valid way to use it. Do we have any questions at this point? Is everything going okay? Actually, we have an ad in 2 minutes. Since we're kind of at a good pausing moment, I'm going to go ahead and just run the ad. I'm going to just go ahead and run the ad for right now. And we'll take this as a break. I'll answer any questions if you guys have them. I'll see you guys in just a second. I won't do anything more with the class. I'm just going to get this ad out of the way Twitch is going to force me to do it anyways because I paused ads already once when Toggle rated. I didn't want you guys to get rated right into an ad. So I'm gonna go ahead, run those ads for you, and I will see you guys in 3 minutes. And I'm so sorry. All right. Hey, bud, do you mind turning your controller sound down just a little bit when you're done with that fight? That would be awesome. Thanks. I guess this is a bit of overthinking. So I'm trying to keep things simple. So I don't want anybody to come here and be like, there's a better way to do this. There's probably better ways to do some of these things. Cloned is going to, let's go look at cloned. Let's go and see what cloned actually is doing. Actually, maybe this is good to do when people are back. Let's wait one moment and then we'll talk about it. But the point I was trying to get to, Cap Muffin, about this is that you don't need to get overly anxious about needing to deal with lifetimes. My goal here is that for the most part, we don't touch lifetimes and we write an entire to-do app. And then we're going to come back and we're going to optimize a little bit. We're going to go through and make some optimizations as we learn some of that other stuff. So yeah, I use i3 because of Wayland support. I've never gotten Wayland to work properly. The trade-off isn't only dev experience. The trade-off is performance. All right, welcome back. So Cat Muffin came up with a really good question that I wanted to talk about. And the question is the cost of this cloned method. So the argument here, and what I want you guys to understand, is what we're going to do is we are going to create an entire to-do app with gRPC to another microservice. So when I say over-engineered, this app is going to be super over-engineered, but by the end of this, you should be comfortable deploying Rust to production. Thank you so much, Cypher, for subscribing. You guys are legends, and I super appreciate all of the support you guys give me. It helps me make this content for you all, and I super appreciate it. You guys are amazing. You guys are using Wayland? Cool. Maybe I'll have to give it a shot. I had problems with Wayland 6 months, a year ago. I haven't tried it again, so it could have just been me, a skill issue. But thank you so much, Cypher. Absolute legend. Thank you. That's one thing we need to update our thing, is it needs to actually continue your story from when you followed. It needs to take that follow and continue your story. That's an update, because right now it just makes a new story for you for subscribing, and that's not cool. You should get a better message than that. Okay, so
an interesting question was brought up about the thing of clone. And I want you guys to realize that the goal is to do all of this, an over-engineered to-do app, without worrying about lifetimes, because I want to prove that you can do it. But let's talk about the consequence. What will be our sacrifice to avoid lifetimes? And the sacrifice that we're going to make in cases like this is performance. Now, what is the performance? Well, if we go and look at what cloned is going to do, clone creates an iterator which clones all of its elements. So basically, if these were big, heavy objects, we would be cloning every single one of them, and the performance could be pretty steep. Now, the fact is, these are really small things, and so the performance impact of these are nothing. The performance impact of this specifically is probably so minute that it's probably optimized away somewhere. But that is the big, that's the big worry here, is that these things, if these to-dos were big objects with a lot of state, let's say these were images, let's say these were megabyte images or frames of videos, you wouldn't want to clone them. Thankfully, we're not there. And the thing is, a lot of you aren't doing that type of stuff, but we will get into lifetime. So we're going to make the whole app, and then we're going to come back and we're going to optimize it. We're going to then learn lifetimes, and we're going to learn to optimize the code that we made originally. So I am avoiding it, but it's on purpose because, one, you can prototype a lot faster without worrying about lifetimes, and two, it's not convenient for new beginners to worry about lifetimes either. Absolutely, Scott B. What it needs to do is basically what needs to happen is every single time you sub, it needs to feed in your previous story, like the whole thing, compile that, feed it in, and ask the AI to continue their story. And then the goal is on the null cloud. So over here, everybody that subscribes, there should be a supporters thing over here. Everybody that supports the null cloud or supports this should be able to view their story here. That's like the end goal. So if you've only followed, you'll see your follow. And if you followed and subscribed, you'll see your whole story. That's the idea. And if you've subscribed without following, you're an absolute legend. I don't know that ever exists, but that's actually probably a thing that we have an edge case that's going to cause a crash at some point. That'd be hilarious. Okay, back on topic. Yes, so to avoid lifetimes right now, we're just cloning every object in this list. So instead of getting a reference to that object that we don't own, we clone one that we do own. So now we own this to-dos list here, this function. And I use that word own, but I don't want you to worry about it. Basically, by cloning it, we have a reference to something that won't die until Axum returns the list. So a lot of the times when you get into not every single time, but a lot of the times when you get into a problem like this, it can be solved by just cloning it, because basically what you're doing is creating a new instance for yourself. So let's just write this out. So like let x equal 5, and now we could pass x somewhere and like x is its thing. But if we wanted to clone it, we could let y, equals x dot, copy. And now this isn't a great thing, or, clone. This isn't a great thing because this is I don't want to talk about this yet. That's the whole point here. But this allows us to just make our own new instance that we own right here. This is a completely new instance. If X was mutable here, you could change Y without changing X. It's completely separate, and its ownership is completely separate too. Again, I don't want to get into ownership because you don't have to worry about ownership. You don't have to jump into the deep end. And that's kind of what I'm trying to show you is that I know everybody that's starting to learn Rust has this worry. Oh, I've got to learn ownership. Oh, I gotta get into memory management. And my goal is, look, we're going to build a fantastically over-engineered to-do app that brings in the current weather, that does schedules, and we're going to do it without, for the most part, ownership. There's one part that I still have to figure out, that you don't have to understand those things, and that's good. It's a good thing. Well, it's ownership that's okay. It's lifetime that kills you. Yeah. I get it. They kind of go hand in hand, but we will get to lifetimes. I'm not avoiding the topic. We're just learning one step at a time. We're learning one step at a time, and I want people to understand you can learn a lot of Rust before jumping into that. Okay, so let's do something a little optional. Now, this is where my stream ended last week, and I apologize for that. My internet cut off, but let's do something a little optional. There's a problem here. This works for the most part. So if there's if we look at insert will either insert a new item, or if it exists already, if the ID already exists in the hash map, it's going to update it, which is probably fine. That's kind of what we want. We kind of want an upsert. We want to either create a new thing, or we want to update one that's already existing. So this is fine. But the one problem here is we probably don't want people to make their own IDs. We probably want to generate those on the back end because this is probably going to go to a database in the next episode. So to prepare this to be a database, we need to handle where, hey, we want to define what its ID is if it's new. So if you're making a new to-do, you don't pass an ID. And if you're updating a to-do, you pass an ID. And then if you pass an ID and there's no to-do there, that's an error. We're not going to start a new one because that's actually you trying to update. And this is a really cool thing that we're going to learn, and it's called optionals. This is what's really cool about algebraic types. And I'm going to make a video on algebraic types, but Rust has algebraic types, and algebraic types are just amazing. And we're going to learn more about those in a little bit. Or some types, but we'll learn more about them. But we're just going to use them for right now. And to do this, we're going to say, well, right now, this is required. If you try to make a to-do without an ID, it's an error. It's a compile time error, missing the structure field ID. Okay, so we have to pass it in. But that means that somebody can't pass in a to-do without an ID, and we kind of want them to be able to pass it in without an ID. How are we going to handle this? So this is where we use an option. And we say that ID is optional. Okay, so algebraic types are super powerful. We're not really talking about them. I actually am planning, I have a whole thing over here on which I haven't written anything, but I'm going to make a video specifically on it where we just talk for half an hour about what they are and why they're amazing. But I don't have it planned out yet. Like you can see, it's empty. It's empty. It's completely empty. It's a concept. All right. Let's talk about this. All right, so we've now said this is an optional, and Rust is now complaining. Our code that was working isn't working, and it's saying it's a mismatched type, and it expected an option of U64, but we didn't get an option. Okay, how do we fix it? Well, we're just going to say that there's some. And this actually cleans up our thing. Now, if we wanted to make a to-do with nothing, you could think of this as a null value or a nil value, depending on what you come from. But if you wanted to make one with nothing, you would do it with the keyword none. Now, what are these? We don't need to get into them too much, but these are enums. This is the option. We said it was an option. This is an enum of that's generic. Yes, enums can be generic, and don't let that overwhelm you. It's not a big deal. Enums are effectively just structs. Don't let that overwhelm you either. We'll get more into it. So it's an enum of type T. In our case, it's a U64. And you can see that there's two values. There's none and there's some. And this is super powerful. So obviously we want this to be sum. So we're going to do sum of 2. And I noticed a bug here. This should be 2. All right, there we go. Bug secured, bug cleaned up. All right, cool. So 1 and 2 done. All right, so we have these optional types now. So what this means, all right, again, this is sum. We can now update this post to to-dos to handle this optional. And this gets into one of my favorite things in Rust, and that is the match statement. The match statement is fantastic. And so let's update this. So basically what we want to do is if they pass something in, we want to insert it. Or one second. All right. Basically, if they pass some in, we want to update it. And we want to fail if it doesn't exist. If they pass none in, we want to generate an ID for it. And we want to return that thing back to them. Okay? Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Let's do this. Or as my children would say, easy peasy lemon squeezy. I almost said that. And then I was like, man, I'm an adult. But that's what my children say. And so that's literally where my brain was going. And I stopped it halfway. And then I was like, now it's just weird that I said easy peasy. And so I figured I would finish that off. All right, let's I don't know, it's such a weird saying. Let's do this. Let's get back to the code. We're going to delete this. And we're going to basically give ourselves some stuff here. There we go. And now let's do it. Apparently that's from some advertisement for a cleaner in the UK. That's hilarious. Okay. Back to the code. No sponsor here. Nobody's sponsoring this. Let's do a match statement. So basically we want to do a match, and you can match on anything. We're going to match on the payload ID. Now you see here, this is an option of U64. We can't even use it as a thing because we don't know whether it's a thing or not. We don't know if somebody sent us a U64 or a none. If they put nothing in there, it'd be none. All right, so we have an option of ID, and we're gonna put some curly braces down like this. We're just gonna lay those curly braces down, and this is where Rust, it's a little angry, but it's protecting you. It's a missing matching arm, none, and some. So it knows that there's 2 branches that could be matched here, none and some. Okay, so let's make those branches. Let's start with sum. Sum is easy. If there is sum of ID, then we're going to do a fat arrow. Why they did fat arrow and not a semicolon, confounds me. I don't know of anybody that likes every decision made. I don't like the fat arrow decision. I don't like it's fine though. Let's do it. All right. And then we can just do, okay. So this is saying if you match on something, so we have something of an ID. Let's do to-dos dot insert. We're just going to insert right into that. And we're going to actually insert this time. We're going to actually insert, and we're going to do payload. We're going to do ID, and we're going to do payload here. All right. All right. So here we go. We've gotten some, and this is actually this in here. This actually really confused me when I was first learning Rust. What is this sum ID? And basically, this is the match statement that says if it matches sum and there's a value in there, put that value inside of the variable ID. So then on the other side of this, you can use the variable ID as whatever sum would have, which in this case is a U64. So ID on this side of the arrow is a U64. So that's what this is saying in this match statement. That's kind of how I learned to think about it. It was a little confusing when I first started, but yeah, that's how you can think of it. All right, so we have our sum branch, but we're still getting some errors because we don't have a mismatched types. Don't worry about this. This is a red herring. We'll go over it here. We're missing the none arm, so let's go ahead and make the none arm. Now, I want to point out that there are some ways for you to do this. Let's say instead of an optional. So we know by looking at optional that it has two possible things, some or none. There's no other option out there. So we can handle all of them. But let's say it was an integer, that you were matching on an integer, and there was no way for you to match on all of them. Now, Rust would complain if you're not matching on all of them. So if you're not matching on all integers, all possible integers, how do you do it for it? Well, you can do underscore. Underscore matches everything. It's going to match everything. So it is a catch-all. So you can do catch-all stuff here. So underscore is going to allow you to have a bucket to say, like let's say you wanted to catch status codes. And you go all the way up to the 599 status code for HTTP, and somebody sends you a 728. And you can catch it and say, okay, unknown status code. So it's a valid use of that. So anyways, let's go on. We're just doing some none here. Some none. None, if you remember, none doesn't have a type. It didn't have anything inside of it because it has none. And we want to do something, but none is going to actually require multiple lines. You'll notice this was on a single line. Well, because of that, we're going to have to use curly braces. It's really not a big deal. You can do curly braces, and this is a multi-line match interior statement thing. That was English is difficult. Let's put it that way. All right. So let's start working on this. Basically, we want to generate an ID. Now, in the future, our database is going to do this for us. So right now, we're going to do something that's just a little bit dumb. It's just a little bit dumb. We're going to do let OK ID equal use. We're going to type this out, and then we're going to talk about what it's doing. Try from to-dos dot length +1. This should always work. We'll get to why we have to do a let OK, but this is really cool. Else, all right, so we're going to do an else really quickly here on the end, and if that's the case, we're going to do, we're going to return a status code of, I think it's a internal server error. Okay, so let's talk about what happened here and how cool this is. Lots of errors. Don't worry about all the errors. We're working on it. All right. We'll fix at least one. We'll put a semicolon there. Okay. Let OK. Remember this, and we talked about here, this was matching this sum ID. This is doing the same thing here. And it's saying, let's match this on this try from. Try from, if you look at it over here, returns a result. Results like an optional. It can have a okay state. The only thing it's different is it also has an error. So basically, in the case of some and none has no information with it. In the case of a result has error information with it. So that's the big difference between it. And instead of using some and none, they use okay and ERR. As the two different things that you can use. See, okay and error. And as you can see here, error is of type error, so of type E of the result, and T is of type T. So the okay returns the value, and the error returns the error value, whatever that is set to. Okay, cool. So we're saying if this works, because this returns a result, assign that value to ID. And so then after this, we can use ID as we please. So we can do something like this. Let new to do equals a to do, and we'll do a curly brace. We'll do a curly brace, right? Curly brace. Yeah, there we go. Curly brace. Sorry, new keyboard, and the curly braces are on a different layer. So I do struggle hitting the right layer and the right key for curly braces. All right. To do, so then we can do ID is of some of ID. And then the title is payload.title. And then the completed is the payload dot completed. And then, we're gonna actually do the right thing here. We're gonna write that, and we're gonna put a semicolon here. Okay, so we can use this after this. The thing we can't do is we can't use ID inside of here because let's yank that. Okay, so if we tried to use ID inside of here, something like in here, like if we tried to do this right here, you can't find ID because it only exists outside of this. This is the error state. In here is the error state. This is the else part. So we only go in here and this is the early return, if there's an error state. This is a pretty cool pattern that you can do. And now we can freely use ID down here because we know it exists at this point. Cool. All right. Now we can do to-dos dot insert ID. We know ID exists, and we can do our new to-do just like that. Cool. All right. All right. It's still erroring. Let's see what this is. Expected option to do found nothing. Let's see. Okay. I got it. Wait. I screwed something up here. 1 second. Let me look at this code for just a second. Some live debugging. Ensure that all possible cases. I am. Thank you very much. I shouldn't have to have that. That's a dumb thing. Match arms have incompatible types. Expected enum option to do found. What? All of these have colons, so I'm not returning them. Okay, we could actually return this. 1 second. I do need to return this. This is what I should do. Let's see. Because insert is going to return the thing. Let's see, mismatched types, expected unit type, found an optional of to do, right? Because insert's going to return an optional. Yeah. 1 second. I went a little quick, but this is an optional here, as you can see. So to do insert will optionally return a value if you're stomping on one. So that's what they say up here, insert key value. If the map does not have it present, none is returned. If the map did have the key present, it returns the old value. All right. What else did I screw up here? I screwed something else up here. Missing matching types, expected unit type found option to do. I don't have a semicolon here. Let's throw that in there. One second. Let's actually walk through why we're getting all those errors for that semicolon. That seems a little rough. All right, so this expected something, and the reason this expected something, this makes sense now that I expected this to be nothing. This is now making sense, and this is why this is making sense here, because we're returning something, and it's because we don't have a semicolon. And what did we learn about not having a semicolon? It's the same as this line right here. This line doesn't have a semicolon because in Rust, they normalize that the last line, if it doesn't have a semicolon, it returns it from the function. So this is returning a status code of OK that we inserted whatever it was into your thing. And so that's what was happening here because we didn't have a semicolon for this match statement. It was trying to return whatever the match returned. And this is actually really cool. A really cool concept that Rust does is, did you know that if each of these things, so this is returning some or none, and this returns some or none. And we could actually apply this. We could say, let old equal this. Now, what is really cool here is that if either of these, it doesn't matter which one happens, this returns an option of the type to do, and this returns an option of type to do. And that means that this is a type of optional type to do. So we could actually now return here if we wanted to return the old thing, or, you know, in this case, the new thing, we could. That's actually like really, really powerful. In fact, here we wouldn't want to return this. We would want to return new to do. And yeah, we have to wrap it in some because it has to be an optional type, which is, you know, an enum. So it has to be some or num. All right. Oh, we did move it, didn't we? Because we inserted it. Yep. So this is fine. This is fine. No problem. It says value moved here. We're hitting another lifetime issue. What did we learn to solve our lifetime issues before we learn about lifetimes? What are we going to do? Anybody have an idea? What are we going to do? We're using a move value. Our life is imploding right now before our very eyes. Did anybody listen to the first part of this class? Come on. I'm trying to get a little bit of engagement here. We're going to clone it. Consider cloning if the performance, if you're new to Rust, just consider cloning it. The performance cost is acceptable. So we're just going to clone that sucker. And actually, we got to clone it here at the insert. Because it's already been moved. We can't clone it after it's been moved. And we're done. We fixed the problem. And it's fine. Right, Cypher. Right. Absolutely. If you're new to Rust, just... I'm really trying to stress this because while we'll get to lifetimes and we'll get to handling all those things, the fact is... if you're new to Rust, it's acceptable. It's good. Let's just do it. And now we've solved a complicated problem with just one line. Cool. So, Why are we doing this? Well, insert is going to return none in this case, because if you read the documentation here, if the map did not have this key present, or if the map did not have this key present, none is returned. And if we're wanting to return the value here, the value, because this will have the new ID, this will have the ID that was given to it, we can. Now, we probably should update this to actually return the value. So this is pretty cool. We can go here, and we can update this to, let's see, we want to return JSON of a to-do. That's all we want, right? Just a to-do. So this will be a tuple that we're returning here. And so now, we'll do this for right now. We'll do this for now. Okay. So now we'll do, we need to do JSON none. All right. We're almost cooking. Not quite cooking. Why does it not like this? Comparison operators cannot be chained. I was not chaining comparison. This is not. It's comparison operators because I'm not sure what I was doing. Okay, now that makes so much more sense. Okay, so we're going to return none. And then down here, we're going to actually return our new thing that, let's see. JSON of sum of a, actually it's already a sum type, right? Yeah. So we can just do, we called it old. Old is not a good name. Let's rename this to, naming's hard. We should have a class on naming next. One thing, it might be easier if task idea was type of usize, but then where was the fun of doing a from and a try into and doing this block? The whole point, I'm trying to hit things so that people know how to do them, which I know sometimes make me do a little bit weird code, but like I was trying to show people how to convert a variable and handle it cleanly in a let block. That was the idea. Maybe I didn't make that clearly. And I'll learn as I'm going through these how to clearly show off that I'm showing off to do stuff. But it's good to call out. So call me out on those things because then we can talk about them. The reason, you're absolutely right. You could do a use size here. But the idea here, at least in my thought, was we're doing a try from because this is how you can convert from one thing to another. Now, why could this fail? Well, there's a lot of reasons a conversion can fail, and it kind of depends on the type. Basically, if this was a negative number, it would fail. This is never going to fail unless if you make, unless if this length is negative. So it should never, this one should, in theory, never be able to fail because the length of to-dos should never be negative. And yeah, the other thing is if we did like added a 0.5 on here, because this is a U64. So yeah, there's ways it could fail, but in theory, this should never fail for us because of the code we see. We know it won't fail, but if it did, we would actually return an internal server error, which is cool. Okay. But call me out so we can talk about it because I might also do something stupid as well. You have a really good point, though. It's really good to understand your types so you don't have to convert them as much. Converting is not performant, if anything else. Is not performant. Okay, so we want to return our old, but we weren't going to call it old. Old is a dumb name. Oh, this is weird. It's the old one here. It's the new one here. You know what? We're going to always return what was saved. We're never going to return the one that was overridden. So let's update this to do that. Let's update this to do that. Yeah. I think that's a good. So we're gonna call it saved. That's what was saved. Cannot find. Okay, old. We're going to saved. And now we got to update this code to actually return the saved one. Which is really just our payload. Now the really so what we're going to do is we're going to clone this. We know off the top of our head that we need to clone it, or else it's going to be consumed by this insert here. We're going to make this multi-line, not a problem at all. Not like that at all. Like that. We're going to make this multi-line and close that off. Again, wrong key combo. And then we're just going to do payload here as our return. Done. And then what this is complaining about is it needs a semicolon instead of a comma now. So semicolon there and comma here. Done. This needs to be some payload. Done. Awesome. All right. That will conclude. Yes, I've been there. That will conclude our Rust for today. I think this is a good place to stop. I think we learned some stuff. We did some stuff. We wrote some stuff. This now allows us to upload and pull down. We learned a little bit about options and how to handle them. The same with results. Two very powerful things in Rust is results and options. Next week, we're going to put a database behind this. You know, right now we're using a hash map, kind of like a database, an all-in-memory database. Next week, we're going to actually write this to disk, write some SQL. We're going to use a popular framework that I really like called SQLX, and it's going to be pretty fantastic. But in the future, when usize is 128 bits and there's a literal mountain of to-dos, then the length of to-dos could be bigger than they fit into U64. Yes, you are correct. There is a future, and whoever has that many to-dos, where that fails. Yes. Git repo would be super helpful. I can make a Git repo for this. I can. How it's structured right now is there is a day for each day except for day one, because day one was just some theory and stuff, wasn't really any code. There's a day for each one with just the code that we had it at that point. Now there's also this result. This is where I have like worked out. We deviate a little bit from it. Actually, this code is a little different today than what I have in the result. That's kind of my North Star where I'm guiding us towards each day is this result, this end state. That's a pretty awesome state. But we're working on it. So check this out. Let's do this. YouTube. If you go to the Null Labs Live, all of my live streams are there, and these are all on Saturday streams, so you just watch the Saturday streams. Now, last Saturdays, my internet died in the middle of it, so we kind of rehashed some of that. I wouldn't watch last Saturdays, but go ahead and watch the Saturday streams. They're all there. Now, on the Null Bytes, thank you so much for the subscriptions. On the Null Bytes, my plan is to cut these up into short little films. Now, I don't know how to do that well for what we do here, because what we do here is a conversation. It's about the debugging, and It feels like it fits live really well, and I wanted to cut them into bites, but they don't feel like good bites. And so I'm actually thinking about going over and redoing it where I do it live with you guys, but I do it like 15 minutes and I actually just type out the code. Like I just like when we're done with this and we have the result, I go in and I'm like, here's a segment, here's a segment. Now do this, now do this, now do this, now do this. And there's a little bit less of the exploration, a little bit less of the what's this error mean and things like that. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I'm working on it. I'd like to make the null bytes actually maybe my most watched. It's the least watched right now because I don't do it well. But I'm learning. I'm going to watch some of the other bigger YouTubes and see how they handle it and do that type of stuff. But right now, the Null Labs Live, YouTube keeps those videos forever and ever, which is really cool. So that's what I do. All right. I went a little over, but that's okay. We got Kubernetes next. So the next one is Kubernetes. We do have an ad coming up in 15 minutes, which I can just run the ad early. So in just a second here, I'll run the ad early. I'm going to get up and stretch. So I'm going to take probably a 5-minute break. I don't need to make a cup of coffee or anything. So just a quick break, 5-minute break, 3-minute ad. So 2 minutes, you'll be without me. And we're going to then get into Kubernetes where we do the same type of stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to take this day 5, we're going to build a container and we're going to deploy it to Kubernetes today. That's the goal. And we're just going to actually do the things. We're going to actually just do the things. This is not me endorsing that you have to use Kubernetes if you want to be a real tech company or anything like that. I made an honest commercial on my main YouTube. Watch that. It was pretty harsh. I know Kubernetes very well, though, and I wanted to help people because sometimes Kubernetes is the answer if you know what it is and what it does, and you have that particular problem. So. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Whoever you are, you know what? The anonymous gifts are maybe my favorite. And I'll tell you why. I love telling you thank you in person, and I'm telling you thank you in person. The reason the anonymous one is because it's somebody who wants to support the community and doesn't want to take credit. And I feel like those people are amazing. And not that you can't gift ones and have people, because that's also a lot of fun knowing. But there's a special spot for the anonymous gifters. You know who you are. I appreciate you. And you're a fantastic person. I wasn't trying to downplay anybody that doesn't do the anonymous, because that's also kind of fun. It's kind of fun. We had that one hype train started by was it Doc Lock that did it? No. It was the name will come to me. And that was a ton of fun too. So they're both good. Anyways, thank you so much. And Togglebit needed no ads. Let me tell you, he complains about the ads all the time. Anyways, I'm going to subject you guys to ads now. And now Togglebit gets to watch nothing because he doesn't get ads anymore. And so now he just gets nothing except to experience this fantastic bit of Python I wrote just for him. It's his favorite language. I've heard, if you guys want to learn Python really well and you're wanting something like I'm doing, go watch Togglebit's stream. You know what? I didn't give him a shout out, which I should have because he rated me. You guys should be following Togglebit. One of the best Python streamers I know to date. Absolute legend in Python. And are you really streaming your feet? I don't get that statement, but He actually does Rust much better than I do. Much better than I do. So go, if you like Rust, go watch his Rust content. He makes a project called Anathema that we're using for our Twitch alerts. Our Twitch game engine. Super appreciate his work. All right, let's get this Python going. Let's get this Python running. I don't think he does Python, honestly. I think that he might do Python. I think that's a joke, though. Oh, he has his feet on. Okay. Well, tune into his stream to watch his feet. That's the weirdest thing I think I'll have said today. And we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. We'll put a little music on. And I'll be right back in 5 minutes after these messages. And then we'll get right into the Kubernetes. Okay, just so we're clear. One, I wrote Python a long time ago for that. And just so we're doubly, triply clear, I've been waiting on Anathema to do the thing that will take that place. So the goal is in a month or two to have Wordle and Dungeons and Dragons as an alternative to that. So when I'm away on a break, you guys get to watch a AI hallucinate things that you try to guess. You'll literally get a 5-letter word created by an AI. So hopefully it creates a real English word, and otherwise, have fun guessing that. They're doing the nil blend? Dude, I was actually thinking if I ever made it, I roast a little bit of my own coffee, and I was literally thinking about making the null blend. I'm going to have to talk to them. A little bit of branding there. That's terrible. All right. We can get rid of Steam. All right. On to the Kubernetes. From the Rust to the Kubernetes. JavaScript-backed Golang frontend. Wow. That seems rough. I'm not going to lie. Thanks for all of you who are here and attending. Thanks for all the follows and subscriptions today. You guys are fantastic. We do kind of have a follower goal of 1,000. We have 2 follower goals that we have the 1,000 followers. We're almost at 500. We're going to have a very motivational stream. It's going to be fun. The 2,000, we actually implement Wordle. I'm probably going to implement it before then. And you guys are just going to have to wait to play it until you get us to the 2,000 followers. I probably won't actually do that. I have it as a goal, but if we make it, my goodness, we're going to play it. All right, let's see. All right, we're getting ready for the Kubernetes. Let's write down what we learned. Rust 101. So this was Saturday, April. Wait. I gotta do it. Not U.S. standard. 20 of April. So 04. Oops. That's 04. 2024. All right. What did we learn today? We're gonna put a new note in there. We learned many new things. All right. What do I normally name this? Just day 5. Day 5. Pretty lame. Day 5. Optional and result types. Learned a little about ways to unwrap. So this is all in a Git repo. Just so you guys know, I'm taking these notes as much for you guys as for me. If you go to the Git repositories and look at live learning, all these notes are in here. So yeah, I'm just committing them. They kind of go with the videos if you go back and watch the videos. Probably need to do a little bit better about these notes. They're probably not as good as they should be. Let's see. We did the options. We switched to hash map. Switched to hash map. Which we learned to use collect Learned, cloned, learned. Oh, this is so bad. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that was roughly it, right? Yeah. That's it. It was mostly about optionals. All right, cool beans. Well, I won't talk about that. Okay, let's move on. All right, let's talk Kubernetes. So, we didn't do this at all last week because of the internet outage. So this will be what 20. Sorry, I have to like think very hard on the doing the numbers the wrong way. 04 2024. All right, new note, day 3-ish. All right, so what are we going to do today in Kubernetes? We're going to make a container of this application that we've written in the previous one. You don't need to have done the Rust class to do this because the code is inconsequential. What it does is inconsequential. The idea is that it is a working project and we should be able to access it through expose it through an API and leverage it. So if you don't have this code and you haven't been following along, people have asked for me to make it a repository. I will this week make it a Git repository for you guys, and I'll work on making it public. There's stuff I have to remove so that the end isn't shown, but we'll get it. So there's a Docker file that we talked about, and we made this Docker file. We're gonna make some really quick updates before class starts to make this a little bit better. Yeah, because this is a terrible name. This is the ultimate to-do app, so we're gonna name it Alt To Do. That's its name. Alt To Do is fantastic name. Okay. Yeah. And now we're going to open up the Docker file. And then this is going to be Alt To Do. Done. All right. This is not the best container. We're going to work on building better containers and other stuff. Remember, this is all a process. And we're going to start, we start simple and we add complexity on as we need it, All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to Kubernetes 101. This is a very practical guide to Kubernetes. We're going to take hands-on, and I encourage you to do the things that we're doing today on your own machine on a local kind cluster. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start today by starting a kind cluster, and then we're going to start actually deploying things to the kind cluster. We have kind is a Kubernetes cluster, and we've talked about running Kubernetes locally. You can do it with anything else as well. There's many other projects. if you're using a different one, that should be fine as well. I'm just going to use kind for right now. All right, so to do this, let's first delete some of the kind clusters I have out there, because I know that I have multiple kind clusters. So we're just going to kind delete cluster, kind delete cluster, and that's going to delete the kind cluster. Then we're going to do, I believe it's name, I have other ones, kind. Let's list all of our kind clusters. So this should be kind help. Give me some help. Let's see. It's just get clusters. I always forget that one. Learn Kubernetes is the one that we're gonna delete that one too. We're gonna delete that one too. How we do that is, it's name. I thought it was name. Learn Kate's. So we're going to delete that cluster, and now we're going to create a cluster. Now you can do kind create cluster, and it's just going to create a cluster named kind. Or you could give it a name like learn Kate's and whatnot. So we're just going to delete or create the standard one, kind create cluster, and stand ourselves up a Kubernetes cluster. This doesn't take very long. If it's your first time standing one up, it takes a little bit longer because it will download them. And that depends on your internet speed. All right, so now we have a kind cluster. You should be configured to access it. So the kind. So we can do kget pods, and we should see nothing. This no resources found in the default namespace means you hit the API server, you hit Kubernetes, and it responded successfully. You will get a different response if it doesn't respond successfully. I forgot to change my description. We're in Learn Rust. Learn Kubernetes 101. Update all. Now we can officially begin learning Kubernetes. All right. Like I said, welcome to learning Kubernetes. Okay, so we have this. Now we really want to make a deployment. Now, as I talked, I know that we have talked about deploying a pod, and we've created a pod, but the real power of Kubernetes is in deployments. Deployments are the things that keep it running. So, when we created the pod, we were able to delete the pod, and the pod went away. But we want a way to not have that happen. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a deployment. CI tool to update it would be kind of cool. I agree. We could write that. Not now, but let's do it. So let's figure out if there's a way we can cheat to do this a little bit faster. Now, any Kubernetes manifest, you can go up here and in any search engine do Kubernetes deployment. Just do the type. Just give the type, and you'll be able to see the documentation, and you'll see a example deployment. So this is an example deployment. So you can do this with any base Kubernetes type. It's very good that way. You can just search in any search engine, and you're going to find their documentation with their concept. So you can see any type, from stateful sets to replica sets to daemon sets to jobs. All of them are here, and here's some examples of the way that they're doing it. Okay, so you can pull this up, and we can just copy and paste this deployment if we wanted to, or we could try something else. I haven't done this in a while, so we'll see if this works. If I can remember how to do this. So kubectl, or K for short in my case, same thing. Create deployment. Let's give it a name. So this is the ultimate to do. So we'll do alt to do. We'll just call it the ultimate to do app. That's our deployment. And then we're going to give it image of, let's see. We got to give it an image. Now this is going to be an exciting thing. 1 second, really quickly. Let's see. Docker Hub. We're going to put the image for me. I'm going to put my image in. I have a organization on Docker Hub, and we're going to put it in here. And so that means that it's going to have this null channel. So it's going to be null channel. And we're going to call this learn Rust or learn Kubernetes. All right. And this is the Rust one that we're building. And we'll just do latest. Okay. So cool. This needs to be an equal sign. Okay. I hit the wrong key. This is not what I wanted to do. Let's delete that. How do we delete something? Well, if create creates it, delete deletes it. So K, delete, deployment, alt to do. It sounds like the alt to do, not ultra to do, like the alternate to do app. I don't know. I kind of like it now more. Okay, so I deleted it again. What are we doing? I want to show you how to kind of quickly and easily create these files for you. We want a deployment file. All right. So then what will we do? We'll do client. Not client. Dry run equals client. Yep. And then we'll do an output O of YAML. So we want to output it in YAML, and then we're going to put this in a file. And that file is going to be called Rust deployment.yaml. All right. Now we should see a Rust deployment. Let's vim into that. Vim Rust deployment. And you can see that this actually made our basic thing for us. If we actually compare this to what Kubernetes was doing, you can see it's very similar. Now, it has our app in here. I must have mistyped here. I must put ls in that. Did not mean to. Okay. But it has our app because we gave it an image. If we had given it the image Nginx, it would have looked very, very much like this one here. Okay. So it's very close to that, and that's pretty cool. So the reason I wanted to do this was if you're ever taking a test for one of the Kubernetes certificates, being very fast with the command line is very important. And a lot of the times they're going to ask you to make a deployment of something or something like that, and you've got to be able to quickly bust out some of this stuff. And this is a very quick and easy way of doing that. So this builds the file out for you. Then you can come in here and edit the few things that you need to, whatever those happen to be. So yeah. Anyways, so this is our deployment. Let's talk about what it is. The basic breakdown, you're always going to find three things in a Kubernetes resource file, mostly. You have this first stuff which is the type of document it is and the version. So you have the version and the kind always at the top. And so you know that whatever this is, it's a deployment. That's what this is. It's a deployment. And this is the type. This is the version of deployments. There can be multiple versions. And so, yeah. Then you have this metadata section. This is the namespace it's in. We'll get into namespace. It's the name it is, and it's the labels. There's some other stuff that goes into metadata, but this is mostly information for you to organize your thing. And you know, this is the name that Kubernetes, when you list deployments, what will it be called? Alt to do. The spec is what you're asking it to do. So you'll notice our spec says we want 1 replica. You could have more, you could have fewer. We want 1 replica. These are selectors. We're going to get into selectors. They're pretty powerful. These are the selectors. And here's the template for how we want our container to look like. You remember how when we made a pod, the spec didn't have any of this stuff up here. And that's because when you create a pod spec, there is no such thing as replicas or anything because it's just that pod. Whereas in a deployment, it could have multiple different things. And it has this extra information like how many replicas and all those types of things. So down here, you see the template, and in the template, we have our spec for our container, that thing that we want to run, that pod. This is our pod spec, and our pod spec, we want this. Well, this looks cool. Let's apply it and see what it looks like. So we can do K or kubectl, apply -F for file, Rust deployment. All right. So this created it. Cool. It should be running, right? Kubernetes should just handle all of that stuff for us. Or does it? Let's check it out. Git deployments. Git is the way to get any type of resource. So we can use this for pods. That's what we've deployed before. This is not running. But let's do git deployments. Oh, our ultra to-do app has 0 of 1 ready. This is not good. This is not good. So we're going to have to debug it. Now, maybe a little learning aid here. We're going to draw because drawing Kubernetes stuff is so much easier than actually doing it. So let's do a new canvas here, new drawing. This is a pod. And remember, a pod has multiple can have multiple containers. A deployment has multiple replica sets. And replica sets have multiple pods. So basically what's happening here is deployments create replica sets, creates pods. And this is why we didn't create a pod, but you can see that we created this deployment, and this deployment is trying to create pods. If we do kgit replica sets, you can see that there is a replica set for our application too. And that's because the deployments leverage replica sets. And we're not going to get into exactly what these do right now. Just understanding that these resources can create and own other resources. Actually, when you do kgit pods, let's actually create an Nginx pod. Let's do that. Create pod Nginx image equals Nginx. I always put an E. Ponics are the worst. All right. For pod, what is it? What is it? What is the command for pod? If it doesn't like it with image, I have to look it up. Okay, create pod. I haven't created a pod from the command line for a little while. I don't want to create this. Do you have? Does it just require a file? Maybe you can't do it through the command line. Is that the case? Is that the case? It's the case. There is no pod. All right, so don't create a pod through the command line. That is interesting. Oh, is it exec? I wanted it to be a long living. No, exec's on it, right? Let's create a pod. We'll create a pod. I forget off the top of my head too. Let's figure out. Okay, because exec is like execing into a pod, right? Just like Docker. kubectl create pod. Learn with me, guys. Run. It's run. It's run. That's what it is. I don't know why there's this. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sure that there's a good reason. It's fine. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Check this out. Get pods. Let's get our pods. Check out how you can tell something is owned. Unless if you put random digits and things on your pod is going to have a name like this. This generally implies something else owns it. That was the whole example I was going after this. This generally implies something else owns it. And so the same can be said for our replica sets. Something else obviously owns this replica set. And actually, interestingly enough, in this, check out this. So let's get deployments. Let's do it. Check this out. This deployment owns this replica set, and it put its marker here on it. And this replica set owns this. And so the replica set took its name that has reference to the deployment that owns it and put its owning mark on the pod. So if there was more replicas desired, which we'll do that in a little bit, this number will get updated. This is the replica set. This would be the pod unique identifier. Super, super cool. You know, because we couldn't run two Nginx. If we wanted to run an Nginx, let's do this. Watch this. Error. Nginx already exists. If we wanted to run a second one, we would have to do Nginx-2 or something like that to be unique. All right, cool. So we have a problem. It's not running, and we don't know why. Our Nginx runs, but ours isn't running. Well, bummer. Let's debug it. Let's start deplugging it. A very easy thing. You can obviously get logs, but getting logs of this isn't going to help. And the reason it's not going to help is it's an image pull backoff, which means it hasn't even pulled the image. There are no logs. We'll try it. Let's do it. K logs, ultra to do app, and there is no pod. It's waiting to start. Now, this is actually giving us more information, trying and failing to pull image. Oh, interesting. Research Dev in with a subscription. Thank you so much. Legend. I appreciate it. I hope that your journey generated by the AI is worthy of your subscription. Thank you so much for your subscription. All right, let's see if we can't figure out a little bit more information. Are there other ways to debug this? Well, let's start with the deployment, because maybe we screwed up in the deployment. We can use kubectl describe our alt to do app. Describe, one second. Deployment. Describe can be used on deployments, pods, whatnot. So we want the deployment ultra to do app. And let's see. We can see the stuff. It's in the default namespace. We got labels. Everything is looking good here. We have a rolling update strategy. Cool. But here's the events. These events are probably what, when you're starting to debug, is what you're wanting to look at. And from here, everything looks okay. So we see in our conditions that our minimum replicas aren't available. So we're not available because we don't have the number of replicas we asked to have. And that's why you'll see here that it says 0 of 1 ready. We asked for 1 replica, we have 0 replicas. Well, bummer. Let's actually describe the pod. So we'll do pod. Instead of deployment, we'll do pod. And you know, another good thing is you don't have to type out all of deployment. You can do deploy will also work. I believe dep also works. I don't use it. I think it works. No, not dep. Deploy. There's some abbreviations we can get into. There's a shorter one. I don't remember. But let's look at the pods. Now, one thing you'll want to notice is if you're actually trying to get this one and you're wanting like this specific pod, let's say there was 5 pods and there was a couple ones, you need to copy its full name. So this would have listed all of them that start with ultra to do. And if there was a lot, that would be rough. If there was a lot and you wanted one specific pod, you'd like to do the whole one. All right. And the pod has events too. So we see that it got scheduled. So the scheduler assigned it to a node to run on. And it started to pull the image. No. Oh no. We didn't actually push the image. We haven't built a container and pushed it to the null channel. This learn Kubernetes Rust doesn't exist over here. It's not one of these. We got to push our image. Is there a way to get just the events and not the resource description? Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the greatest things here, when you do any of these types of things, is you can tell the output format. And one of the beautiful things that you can do, you could do JSON like that. Actually, not in describe, in get. Let's go get. So you can get all of this information in the container statuses here in the status. You can get all these events. And so, but you're asking if we could get it without all this. And I changed it from YAML to JSON. But you know what it also does is JSON path. So if you want to make a JSON path query to do this, you absolutely can get a JSON path query to get exactly what you want. Yes, and then we'll get into Helm charts and customize and all of those in a little bit. Absolutely. Thanks, Cypher, for calling out the spam. I don't actually think I have any mods online right now, so I took care of it. All right. So yeah, you can use JSON path with these and build your own query to get exactly what you want, which is super powerful for command line tools that want to or bash scripts and things that want to get specific information from it. Super cool. All right, so we need to get this. Now, this is probably one of the biggest issues people struggle with. Kubernetes wants to pull your image from a container registry. So just because you build it doesn't mean that it can find it and pull it. Now, by default, it's going to go to Docker Hub, or you can use GCR and you can add that. If we're looking at, let's see. If we're looking at this, not this, this, if we were on GCR.io, it would look something like this. GCR.io/the null channel, blah, blah, blah. If you don't do anything like that, it's looking at Docker Hub. So the thing is, Kubernetes is going to want to pull from those. Now, there are ways to get Kind to have a local repository for you, and we'll look at that in the future. But the easiest thing for a new person to do is to actually just make a free Docker Hub account and post your free image there. So you will get rate limited to like 100 pulls a day. It's from your IP address. It's probably fine. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, we need to build our image. So let's do that. Docker build this locally. Let's do that. This is going to build our Rust application that we've been working on in the previous class. If you missed it, that's fine. You can come back and join. What is the real reason to run Kubernetes locally instead of a simple Docker Compose? Oh, well, there's a couple reasons. If you're learning Kubernetes, it's very difficult to learn Kubernetes in Docker Compose. So if you're wanting to learn Kubernetes in this class, it's much easier to learn Kubernetes with a Kubernetes cluster. The other reason that you might want to run Kubernetes locally is that if you're deploying to Kubernetes, let's say you're on a team that writes a service that gets deployed to Kubernetes. For better or for worse, at that point, testing it with Docker Compose isn't testing it like you might. So if you have like a CI/CD pipeline and you want a little cluster in there to run the whole thing, a local cluster is really powerful. Or if you want to run some end-to-end tests locally, Kubernetes is really powerful for that. That's what we do with the null cloud. So some of the stuff that I work on when we're not doing these lessons is a thing that runs in Kubernetes, for better or for worse. And when we test locally, we test in Kubernetes because it allows us to run it like we run it in production. Isn't Docker BuildX better? We can get into Docker BuildX, but what do you think Docker uses? We can get into that. Any opinion on K3s versus K8s for home lab learning use? No problem. And this is why I like to do the live learning, is for you guys to ask these questions and so we can cover them and have discussions on them. Some I might say that's later. Like, honestly, if you want to get into like Moby and BuildX and that and all of it, we can. That's probably a later discussion though. We're at the very beginning. As far as for a home lab, K8s versus K3s. I struggle with K3s. Because not that it's bad. I don't know where it exists, where its niche is. That is amazing. So it tries to be a simple Kubernetes, but you can't install it on your computer. So I use Kind here because if you installed K3s, it will actually screw with your environment or like with your OS to run Kubernetes locally on the machine. And I don't really want that. I want something I can spin up, tear down. It's debugging, playing around with, testing, things like that. So I don't like it on my local machine. On my home lab, thank you so much for that anonymous gift. You're a legend. You know who you are, and it means a lot to me and helps me do what I do. If you're talking about a home lab, it would be okay. K3s would probably be my second pick for home lab. I actually have something I like better for home lab. This is maybe a little bit of a personal preference, but for a home lab, something that's long running, the null cloud actually runs on K0s. I find it amazingly simple to use, a really great upgrade path. Plus, it supports high availability, unlike K3. K3s kind of does with SQLite-ish, kind of, but it kind of diverts from that. So K0s, I've really found, brings the simplicity of K3s with the full-fledgedness of Kubernetes. So as far as like a home lab long-lived thing, K3s is great, but and it's probably fine. I personally use K0s, but again, that's kind of a personal preference. For local debugging on my machine, I don't like K3D, which is kind of their like local one. It's way worse to use than Kind. Kind is quick and easy. You saw at the beginning how quickly we deleted and how quickly we stood up a new cluster. It's amazing for that. And K3D doesn't really work that way. No problem. And again, like, this is not me taking away from K3s for a home lab. I think it's probably the place I would use it. I like K0s better, but again, personal preference. Thank you so much for the follow. We're getting close to we're not really that close to our goal of 1,000 followers, but we're getting close-ish. We're getting close to the halfway mark. That's what we can say. You know what? That's our goal this week. Get halfway to our goal. Not this week. Let's make it realistic because this week ends tonight. Let's get next week's goal is to get halfway to our goal. That's our sub goal. Not a subscription goal. I meant like our sub as in like a subcategory goal. Anyways, I mean, 500 subs would be fantastic too, but thanks guys for the follow. Let's get back into this. So we built our container, but there's actually a problem with our container. If we do Docker, oh my goodness, Hype Train was just started by that subscription. Thank you so much for that subscription. And do you know what? Our Twitch alerts just crashed because of your Hype Train. So because it doesn't know how to handle that. So it's getting restarted in Kubernetes as we speak, as it keeps because it doesn't know how to handle Hype Train. That is something we're going to have to do because that deserves a special thing. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for that. And there you go, Dutch. You get a month of not supporting me with ads. Dutch always complains when he gets ads. And so there you go. I believe Dutch got a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for that gift. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I super appreciate it. I don't know how. I need to come up with a better way of expressing it. I do appreciate it. All right. Let's get back into this. We have a problem. Docker images. What's our problem? Do you see the name of our container? I see there's none. That was created 6 minutes ago. Let's build again. Let's build again. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for that gift. You guys you gifters know who you are, and you're supporting the community, and hopefully this community is a community that gets to help a bunch of people. That's the goal, where we can all learn something new. I learn new stuff all the time on the stream from you guys, from hitting my head on walls, and hopefully you guys are enabling me to pass it on to some other people in a fun and entertaining way. Thank you so much. I super appreciate it. It means so much more to me than you guys. Like, it's not just about the money. It's the fact that I have done something that is helpful enough to do that. Because, I always, just as a small streamer, you're always wondering if the time you spend doing this is actually helpful and useful to people. And so it's really nice to see that, because like that's some point that you can use to judge of like, are people finding this valuable? Are people enjoying it and whatnot? So, it goes well beyond that, but it also helps encourage. I spend money to do this. I'm actually flying out in a week and a half. I'm flying out to and spending money to fly out to interview people about databases. So we're going to have some fantastic interviews. I'm super excited on May 3rd. Now I actually got work to cover my flight, which is amazing. So I'm going to put them on there as a sponsor because they're paying for my flight and they're giving me the day off to do this. So 100% they're sponsoring it in that way. And that's fantastic. But I'm going to get to interview some database people and talk about these things. And anyway, so I'm actually spending some of my own money. I have to take my cameras. So I bought a special bag to take my cameras on a flight to do the live stream for you guys on May 3rd. It's going to be a 12-hour stream too. That's going to be brutal. Okay, let's get back to this. All right, we have a problem. This isn't getting a tag, and we can't really push it without a tag. So let's actually give it a tag. So what do we do? Thank you so much, guys. I super appreciate it. We'll do a -t, and we're going to... We actually already kind of decided how we want to tag this. It's the null channel. And then learn... What did we call it? Let's see. Learn Kubernetes. Let's do this. We should do $V $. Yeah, $V $. Okay. And then this, we accidentally did null channel twice. All right. And we're going to tag it. So you'll notice that it went really fast because these are all using caching. And this is something we'll get into later, but there are layers that are built. And it doesn't rebuild layers. It only rebuilds layers that have actually changed. And so each one of these layers changes, or none of these layers change. So it doesn't actually rebuild anything. So you can basically run this and it's fine. It doesn't really take any extra time. It will happen really quickly and move on. So we rebuilt it, and now if we do Docker images, we'll see that we actually have a null channel learn Kubernetes Rust and latest. Now you'll notice its created didn't change. And again, it didn't do anything because it was like there's nothing to have changed. None of the layers changed. So we're doing absolutely nothing. And it got tagged with latest. Cypher, thank you so much for that gifted sub, Admiral Entropy. Welcome. I think you guys are called Nullites. I believe that's what you're called. You're now a Nullite. You've been inducted, whether you liked it or not. I have no idea what you guys should come up with a community name for your guys' self. All right. So, let's stop getting distracted. I'm distracted. All right. So, but the problem is this is locally. Our Kubernetes cluster is going to still be failing to get this. So if we look at it and we go, get pods, you can see we're still in image pull off. And that's because it's not published to Docker Hub. All right. So we need to push it here. Now I've already logged in before this. So you can log in through the Docker command, the CLI, Docker login, I think it is. Help. And it's going to tell you how to do it. You can do it with password and username. I've already logged in. So what I can do is Docker push, and then what you need is just to push the actual thing. Not that. I don't have it copied anymore. What was it? It was this. And that's going to actually push it up to the Docker registry. And this will work for other things as well. If you put on gcr.io, that can push it to GCR. You don't need a separate command line tool. Although we will touch other command line tools in the future. Oh, look, we got a level 1 hype train emote while that's pushing up. You guys are amazing. Thank you. All right. So now we should be able to refresh this. Learn Kubernetes Rust was updated. Cool. 0 downloads, 0 stars. What a shame. Go to Docker Hub and start this project. Next big project. I'm just joking. Now let's go check our pod. All right. It's in image pool backoff. Now what's going to happen is, to avoid thrashing whatever server, it's going to actually start backing off as it tries to pull. One way that you can just short circuit this is, because this is owned by a deployment, we can actually delete this now. Watch this. K delete pod. And guess what? Your deployment, and actually your replica set, is going to stand up another one because it says we want one replica. And so now you'll notice it changed. It didn't change this number. Why didn't it change this? Because this is our replica set identifier. So only the pod identifier changed. And we're in container creating. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now we're in crash loop backoff, which is different than image pull backoff. So let's go ahead and check that. K logs. The following requirement arguments were not provided. Port. So we need a way to configure our deployment. Because if you remember, if we run this project, cargo run, and again, you don't need the Rust project. I'm just showing you. This is our error. It's running our pod, but it doesn't have a way to configure it. Super cool. Super cool. So you know what? I need to stop for today. I got a little behind, and it's already 2:15, and I was supposed to be done by 2. And I actually have a video to record, and I have stuff to do with the kids. So I'm going to have to stop here today. But tomorrow or next Saturday, we're going to cover configuration and exposing it through a load balancer. So that's what we're gonna do today. Let's document what we did. We explored the command line. We created a deployment. Talked about what deployments do and manage. Absolutely. I'm so glad that you guys are liking these sessions. The goal is for us, I've always struggled with, last year I made these things. I struggled with this because I did this. I made these videos on Rust, and it felt too perfect path. And there are some people that are probably much better at making those types of videos. And I wanted something that was a little more hands-on, a little bit more. And so that's what I'm trying. And I'm going to learn, and I'm going to be able to do it better in the future. But yeah, and we'll do Kubernetes 101 again sometime. We're going to hit Kubernetes like 201 and do some more advanced stuff. And then maybe we'll come back and do 101 again, and we'll look at our notes and try to make that 101 class even better the next time around. All right, talked about what deployments do and manage. Create a deployment file via the command line, as well as show documentation site. Remember, this repository, this Obsidian repository, is out there as open source. So you can, it's just markdown files. So you don't even need, you can just go to the repository and click through the things if you like. But yeah. So, and all my live learning is in this repository. So when we talk on a career growth, or we talk on a distributed system, all of the notes from that talk, all of the drawings, like what we've done here, will be in that repository. So Thank you, Cypher. Thank you. There's also the command line git, which takes you to the base GitHub. There we go. GitHub. You have to know that I use GitHub. I'll alias it to Git as well. That just has all of the stuff that we do in there. Okay. Let's see. Talked about deployments, do and manage. Uploaded our built and uploaded our container. Saw it run and ended on needing to configure it. Cool. Awesome. All right, let's actually commit this in Git. Let's do that right now. All right, and we're up to date there. And now the last thing we have to do is find somebody to raid. Do you guys know of a smaller streamer that needs a little encouragement? That's doing something cool and maybe not having the number of people they should. Please, thank you, Cypher. That would mean a lot to me. One thing that I want to get better about is rating some people. You know what? I have streamed for over a year and a half, and for the longest of times, I streamed to like 3 very loyal people that kept me streaming through it. And so, like, I would like to, there's always I'll throw some to the larger ones if there's nobody else. But if there's somebody that you guys have found that is underappreciated, this is your time to shout it out to me and say, hey, look, this person's doing something cool. They're helping spread, Go or Rust or helping people learn. And he's already on my I have like a list of people that I know. He's already on it. Let me pull up what is this? Janetta Carr. They don't seem to be on. Right, this was specific. I know the bigger ones. If you're telling me the Primogen or TJ or I know the larger streamers. I'm specifically looking for those that are a little bit less known that probably need a little bit of yeah. Oh, this is a good one. What are they doing? Quality is. Oh, that's me. On me. Oh, look, this looks like Rust. This looks like Rust and YAML. Oh my gosh. Rust and YAML. We're going to go give this guy some, I don't know who they are. And they don't have a picture, so I don't know. But go give this person some love. Let's raid them. Go be nicer to them than you were to me. I will see you guys next time. I have some stuff coming up this week. Please tune in for it. And thank you everybody for joining in. And I will see you guys. I will see you guys later. Have a fantastic time in your raid. Thank you, everyone. And you guys have a fantastic time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
Holy shit, thanks for the raid, man. Thanks for the raid, bro. Yes, it is Rust. So I think